The lie of linear time. You begin here, at the threshold of certainty, your life carefully structured around assumptions that appear solid and unshakable. You've always believed in the continuity of your existence, that your memories reliably anchor you in the flow of linear time. You count your days as though they were beads strung neatly onto an invisible thread. Each bead a moment perfectly ordered, proceeding logically one after another. The sun rises, the sun sets, your heart beats, your lungs breathe. You move forward, through moments you assume are sequential. Yet, what if each bead, each moment, is scattered across an unknowable void, without direction or coherence? What if your very perception of linearity, your unexamined conviction that yesterday precedes today and today precedes tomorrow, is merely an evolutionary illusion? Consider Einstein's theory of relativity, a cornerstone of modern physics that whispers uncomfortable truths. Time, as you experience it, is not absolute. It bends, warps, and folds in upon itself in the presence of mass and energy. Two clocks, perfectly synchronized, placed at differing gravitational fields or velocities, will inevitably diverge, disagreeing fundamentally about the passage of time. But this is not simply academic. It touches something visceral, something deep within your very sense of self. Imagine two observers, one stationed safely on Earth, the other speeding away into the vast reaches of space. When reunited, the traveler is younger than the one who remained grounded. Both observers' experiences are equally valid, equally true, yet their realities violently contradict one another. Whose time was the real time? This is no hypothetical scenario. It has already occurred, verified repeatedly through painstaking experimentation. In October 1971, two physicists placed atomic clocks aboard airplanes traveling eastward and westward around the Earth. Upon returning, the clocks differed from the stationary ones left on the ground. The time you cling to, desperately trying to impose order upon chaos, does not hold up to scrutiny. The thread upon which your beads of memory and experience are strung is frayed and unstable, constantly shifting with perspective and velocity. It is, in essence, meaningless outside your narrow, subjective experience. But perhaps the illusion runs deeper still. Your brain, the very instrument through which you perceive time, is a notoriously flawed recorder, constantly revising and rewriting memories. You assume your memories reflect past events accurately, that they reliably anchor you in the ever-flowing river of time. Yet, cognitive psychology unveils a darker truth. Elizabeth Loftus demonstrated repeatedly how easily false memories could be implanted, effortlessly rewriting histories, creating experiences that never occurred, seamlessly inserted into the narrative you call your life. If memories can be rewritten, inserted, or erased entirely without your awareness, what then does it mean to claim you possess a continuous existence in time? Consider further the neuroscientific revelations about how the human brain processes reality. Your consciousness does not experience the present, it reconstructs it. Neurologist Benjamin Libet's infamous experiments demonstrated that your brain initiates actions milliseconds before your conscious mind decides to act. The implications are horrifyingly simple yet devastating. Your conscious experience trails behind reality. Every moment you perceive as now is actually a carefully orchestrated, slightly delayed reconstruction of events already transpired. You are perpetually behind reality, chasing shadows of experiences that your brain has already interpreted, filtered, and modified. You never touch the present directly. It slips continuously from your grasp, an ever-receding horizon you chase, fruitlessly. What is this now, then, if not a ghostly echo of events your brain has already metabolized? Philosopher William James once described the specious present, a fleeting duration in which the immediate past and the anticipated future blend. Your experience of now is never singular or precise. It's a haze, a smear. Like trailing ink dispersed through water, your sense of the present moment dissolves almost as soon as you notice it, blurring irrevocably into memory and anticipation. Your life becomes an endless game of catch-up with a reality that has already moved on. Even physicists grapple to define time clearly, though their theories profoundly shape your worldview. Consider entropy, the scientific principle dictating that all closed systems move inevitably toward disorder. Your intuitive understanding of time, the so-called arrow of time, relies heavily upon entropy, defining past as ordered, future as chaotic. Yet entropy itself is statistical, not absolute. It governs probability, not certainty. There's no ironclad law forbidding spontaneous decreases in entropy, merely astronomical improbabilities. Within the vastness of the cosmos, scattered pockets of order can spontaneously appear, reversing entropy's flow temporarily. Could your perceived arrow of time then be no more than a localized statistical anomaly, a cosmic accident giving rise to a transient and illusory sense of linear progression? To deepen your discomfort, consider Julian Barber, a theoretical physicist who boldly declares time itself does not exist. In his vision, reality is a collection of static snapshots, an infinite library of nows stacked timelessly alongside each other. Your mind, desperately seeking coherence, arranges these snapshots into a narrative that feels linear, feels real, feels lived. Yet according to Barber, nothing flows, nothing moves forward. You have never moved from past to future because neither truly exists outside your imagination. Your consciousness merely stitches together isolated moments into a tapestry of continuity. Each moment you inhabit is isolated, frozen, unconnected to any other except by the stories you invent. Now, pause and listen to your heartbeat. Feel your breath. They continue rhythmically, comforting illusions of stability and continuity. Yet, beneath these reassuring rhythms, a deeper chaos reigns. Quantum mechanics, governing reality at its smallest scales, dissolves even basic intuitions about temporal linearity. At quantum scales, causality itself breaks down. Events occur without clear cause or effect. Particles can become entangled across vast distances, influencing each other instantaneously, defying time's linear sequence. Quantum physicists remain perplexed and unsettled by this breakdown. It challenges the very core of scientific understanding, tearing apart the simple assumption that cause precedes effect. If causality can shatter at fundamental levels, what remains of your secure, linear reality? Your entire existence rests upon assumptions you have never dared to question fully. You live convinced that moments connect logically, memories reliably, anchor your past, and time moves resolutely forward. Yet, physics, neuroscience, psychology all converge into an unsettling revelation. Linear time is not your ally. It betrays you silently, whispering comforting lies, hiding beneath layers of illusion and evolutionary convenience. Reality offers no solace. It offers no steady progression. Only a fragmented, chaotic landscape emerges when examined closely. What then becomes of you when you accept that your life unfolds across scattered, disconnected instants, each memory suspect, each moment uncertain, each perception trailing helplessly behind reality itself? If you cannot trust time, this fundamental scaffolding upon which you've constructed your sense of identity, then upon what can you anchor your existence? Are you prepared to face the unbearable truth that your life, as you have known it, is no more substantial than a fleeting illusion of continuity? The myth of a solid self, you hold yourself together with the illusion of a unified self, a constant thread weaving through the tangled mess of experiences, memories, and desires. You've always believed in the presence of a you, a fixed entity that endures through time. The I you use when you speak, the self you refer to as your identity, this entity appears steadfast, coherent, and unchanging. But what if this self you hold so dearly is nothing more than a convenient fiction, an adaptive story your brain tells you to maintain a sense of continuity? Consider the insights of philosopher David Hume, who, in the 18th century, dismantled the notion of a permanent self. Hume argued that there is no singular, unchanging I at the core of your being. Instead, what you perceive as yourself is merely a bundle of perceptions, flashes of experience, thoughts, and emotions that you mistakenly believe are united by a central self. In reality, these perceptions are separate, disconnected moments of consciousness, constantly shifting, never the same. The self you think you know is just a narrative your mind creates to make sense of the chaos of experiences that arise and fade with no permanent anchor. You might protest. After all, you feel like a you. Every day you wake up with a distinct sense of identity, a sense that you are the same person who existed yesterday and the day before. But how much of this sense of continuity is built upon an automatic, unquestioned assumption? The brain is designed to simplify, to consolidate. This is how it processes the overwhelming torrent of sensory information you encounter every second. The sense of I is one of its most powerful illusions, built from disparate fragments of experience stitched together seamlessly. The mind doesn't simply perceive reality. It organizes it into a narrative of the self, a story in which you are the protagonist. The brain, in a sense, does not know who you are. It merely constructs the illusion of a cohesive self to help you navigate the world. But where does this self reside? Neuroscientists have failed to locate it. The search for the self in the brain has yielded no conclusive results. Brain scans show no distinct location or mechanism that corresponds to your core self. Instead, the experience of being you arises from the interplay of countless regions of the brain, regions that can all be disrupted, injured, or altered without erasing your sense of self altogether. People with brain injuries can still perceive themselves as I, even when their memories, personalities, and abilities are fragmented or completely altered. It suggests that your selfhood is not fixed or permanent, but a fragile construct, continuously assembled by the brain from moment to moment. Take, for example, the case of split-brain patients, individuals whose corpus callosum, the bundle of fibers connecting the left and right hemispheres of the brain, has been severed to treat severe epilepsy. These patients are effectively two minds within one body. In experiments, when one hemisphere is shown an image, the patient can often name it with one hand, but cannot recognize it when shown to the other hand. The left hemisphere, responsible for language, will confidently state what the image is, but the right hemisphere may be unaware of its meaning. In some cases, the patient will even offer contradictory explanations for their actions, one hemisphere claiming it was due to a conscious decision, while the other denies it. The fact that one person can experience two entirely separate consciousnesses within the same body shows that you are not a singular entity, but rather a bundle of competing parts, each with its own desires, intentions, and perceptions. Furthermore, the experience of dissociation, where people feel disconnected from their own thoughts, memories, or even their own body, demonstrates how fragile and malleable the sense of self is. Dissociative identity disorder, once known as multiple personality disorder, provides another striking example of the fractured nature of identity. People diagnosed with this condition can experience distinct, separate personalities that take over their consciousness at different times, each with its own memories, behaviors, and traits. In some extreme cases, individuals can forget entire chunks of their lives or behave in ways that seem completely out of character. If a person's identity can split, disintegrate, and reorganize itself in such dramatic ways, what does that say about the fixed nature of yourself? But this is not just the stuff of unusual psychological conditions. Your everyday experience is just as fragmented. Your memories, which you rely on to define who you are notoriously unreliable. Psychologists Elizabeth Loftus and John Palmer have demonstrated how easily your memories can be manipulated. In one study, participants were shown videos of car accidents and then asked how fast the cars were going when they smashed or hit each other. The language used influenced the participants' recollection of the accident. Those who were asked with the word smashed estimated higher speeds and were more likely to falsely remember seeing broken glass. Your memories, it seems, are not static records of past events, but dynamic, fluid constructs that can be altered with the right suggestion, whether intentional or not. What then can you trust about your identity if the very foundation upon which it stands, your memories, can be so easily reshaped? This distortion extends to your sense of the present moment. Neuroscientists have found that when you consciously experience the present, your brain is actually accessing a rewound version of reality, one that has been processed, interpreted, and altered by your perceptions before it enters conscious awareness. Your experience of now is not a direct encounter with reality, but a delayed, reconstructed version, a past already reinterpreted by your mind. The self that you think you are, the self that exists in the present moment, is nothing more than a series of disjointed memories and imagined futures, pieced together in real time by your brain's adaptive mechanisms. In a sense, the you that exists in your mind is an illusion, a narrative constantly revised to maintain coherence. There is no solid self that can be said to persist independently of this narrative. What remains when you strip away this story? What remains when you face the fact that you are not one thing, but a constantly shifting amalgamation of fleeting moments, perceptions, and experiences? Who then are you if you are nothing more than a collection of fragments, a story told by a brain that can never quite hold on to the truth of your existence? The fractured mirror of memory. You trust your memories, don't you? They are your anchor in a chaotic world, the only tether you have to your past, your identity. They are the pieces of the puzzle that make you, you. Yet what if those memories, those sacred, inviolable fragments of self, are not as trustworthy as you believe? What if the mirror you gaze into to reflect upon who you are is fractured, distorting reality, warping the very foundation of your existence? Memory, long thought of as a reliable record of past events, is a lie. It is not a static, unchangeable archive, but a fluid, constantly shifting process that changes every time you recall an event. Neuroscientist Jerome Bruner once pointed out that memory is not a faithful record of past experiences, but a reconstruction, an active process, not unlike the creation of a narrative, in which your brain fills in gaps, alters details, and modifies emotions to make the past fit the present. What you remember is not the event itself, but your brain's interpretation of it, filtered through the lens of your current beliefs, emotions, and state of mind. In 1974, Elizabeth Loftus and John Palmer conducted a now famous study to explore how malleable memory could be. Participants were shown footage of a car accident and then asked to estimate the speed of the vehicles involved. When different verbs were used to describe the accident, hit, bumped, smashed, participants' estimates of speed varied dramatically. Even more disturbingly, those who were asked with the word smashed were more likely to falsely remember seeing broken glass, an event that never occurred. Loftus's work revealed that memory is not only subject to influence by external sources, but that those memories could be planted, entirely fabricated, and integrated seamlessly into the very core of a person's recollection. In the blink of an eye, you can believe something that never happened. But it's not just external factors that manipulate your memories. Your brain is built to prioritize emotional content, often exaggerating emotional events or distorting mundane details to heighten their significance in your mind. Psychologists call this the egocentric bias, the tendency for your mind to inflate the importance of your own actions, thoughts, and experiences, often inflating your sense of agency. Your memories of moments that were pivotal in shaping your identity may not reflect what truly transpired. The truth is, you may not remember yourself the way you think you do. The you who recalls the past is merely an idealized version, shaped and sculpted by your own mind to create a coherent narrative, a story that makes sense and allows you to function in the present. The truth of the past slips quietly into oblivion, reimagined each time you revisit it. Consider the case of false memory syndrome. Individuals can recall entire events that never took place, entire relationships that were never formed, and dramatic sequences of events that exist only in their minds. The story of George Friedrich Handel, the great composer, was once told by his biographers as a narrative of tragic, unrequited love. Decades later, it was revealed that this entire love affair had been invented, a false memory implanted by the biographer to add emotional depth to Handel's life story. But how does this differ from your own life? When you think about past relationships, past decisions, or even the trajectory of your career, how much of what you remember is truly accurate? How much of it is simply your mind filling in the blanks to create a coherent story that you can tell yourself? The most chilling aspect of this process is that you have no idea that it's happening. Your mind's alterations to your memories feel like truth. They are not perceived as edits or fabrications, but as real, authentic experiences. You believe what you remember because the memory feels so vivid, so tangible, that it seems unquestionable. The brain's ability to create false memories is so powerful that it can even implant entire life events you swear you remember clearly, that simply never occurred. In fact, research by Loftus has shown that it's shockingly easy to make people believe they have witnessed a crime, been lost as children, or even had experiences with people they have never met. Perhaps you recall an instance from your own life, a memory that seems so vivid, so clear. Maybe it's a scene from childhood, a dramatic moment of triumph or loss. What if I told you that this memory, as certain as it may feel, is a fabrication? That moment, as you remember it, may not have happened at all. In a similar vein, consider the Mandela effect, a phenomenon where large groups of people remember something that never happened, like remembering Nelson Mandela dying in prison in the 1980s. How is it that so many people share this false memory, believing they experienced something that never occurred? You are not the person you think you are, and your memories, far from serving as an objective record of your life, have been molded and shaped, twisted and distorted into a narrative that is comfortable for you. What remains then, when you strip away these memories, these so-called facts that have formed your identity? Who are you when the very essence of your selfhood, your personal history, is nothing more than a construction? What happens when you realize that the past you've clung to, the memories that have defined you, are not the unshakable truths you thought they were, but mere fragments, fleeting and unreliable? If you cannot trust your memories, if they are nothing more than elaborate fictions woven by your mind, what does that say about your identity? How can you even begin to know who you are when the very foundation of your selfhood is so mutable, so ephemeral, so unstable? The death of causality. You live your life under the assumption that causes led to effects, that the world around you operates in a predictable, orderly manner, where every action is met with a corresponding result. You make decisions with this uncertainty, trusting that your choices shape the future, that your actions determine outcomes. But what if the very foundation of this belief, the very fabric of reality itself, is an illusion? What if causality, the principle that governs your understanding of the world, is nothing more than a convenient fiction that, upon closer inspection, disintegrates entirely? At first glance, causality seems to be an undeniable truth. If you strike a match, it ignites. If you push an object, it moves. Your entire understanding of the world relies on this simple, unyielding relationship between cause and effect. Yet, when you peer deeper into the workings of the universe, you begin to encounter phenomena that refuse to comply with the laws of causality. Physics, once thought to be the unwavering discipline of cause and effect, is riddled with paradoxes that challenge our very understanding of how events unfold. Consider quantum mechanics, the branch of physics that governs the behavior of particles at the smallest scales. At this subatomic level, the concept of causality begins to break down in terrifying ways. The famous double-slit experiment is one such example. When particles, such as electrons, are fired at a screen with two slits, they create an interference pattern, suggesting they are behaving as waves. However, when the particles are observed, they behave as individual particles, not waves. The act of observation itself seems to alter the outcome. making it impossible to determine if the particle passed through both slits simultaneously or just one. This experiment suggests that the very presence of a conscious observer can influence the outcome of events, an idea so strange, so alien, that it defies all intuition. In the quantum realm, events seem to occur without clear cause or effect, simply existing in a state of potentiality until they are observed. But it doesn't end there. The phenomenon of quantum entanglement reveals a mind-boggling breach in causality that transcends space and time. When two particles become entangled, their properties become linked in such a way that the state of one particle can instantly affect the state of the other, no matter how far apart they are. If one particle is measured, the other will instantaneously know the result, regardless of the distance between them. This instantaneous connection occurs faster than the speed of light, seemingly violating the fundamental principle that no information can travel faster than light. The particles are not connected in any way that our understanding of causality can account for. They are simply linked in a manner that defies conventional explanations. This phenomenon suggests that the universe is not as deterministic as it appears. Events do not occur because of previous causes, but may instead arise out of sheer possibility, irreducible to cause and effect. The deeper you probe into quantum mechanics, the more the idea of causality slips away from you, leaving only the terrifying unknown in its place. The renowned physicist Niels Bohr once said, "Anyone who is not shocked by quantum theory has not understood it." It's not just that the laws of physics seem to operate differently at this level, it's that they seem to operate without any order, without any respect for the clear boundaries of cause and effect. And yet this chaos doesn't merely apply to the realm of physics. The same breakdown in causal relationships can be found in the way the universe functions on a larger scale, especially in the study of chaos theory. Chaos theory, which seeks to understand complex systems, reveals that small changes in initial conditions can lead to vastly different outcomes, so much so that long-term predictions become impossible. The butterfly effect, a term coined by meteorologist Edward Lorenz, illustrates this concept. A butterfly flapping its wings in one part of the world can set off a chain of events that leads to a massive storm halfway across the globe. The sheer unpredictability of these systems, where tiny, seemingly inconsequential actions spiral into massive consequences, makes it clear that cause and effect, in the traditional sense, are far more elusive than you could have ever imagined. At a certain point, the breakdown of causality becomes a mental labyrinth that you can no longer navigate. If events do not follow a strict cause and effect order, if even the smallest of actions can reverberate in unpredictable ways, then how do you make sense of your own life? How can you trust that your decisions will have the consequences you expect? You believe you are shaping your future with every choice, but are you? Is your belief in the cause and effect chain that governs your life nothing more than a comforting illusion that prevents you from confronting the terrifying chaos of the universe? Consider the mind-bending implications of free will within this framework. If the universe does not operate in a predictable, deterministic manner, but rather functions on the basis of randomness and chaotic outcomes, can you truly claim that your choices are your own, or are you merely reacting to the entangled, unpredictable fabric of the universe, your decisions already determined by factors far beyond your control? How, then, can you possibly assert any control over your future when the very laws of nature seem to mock the notion of causality? The terrifying possibility emerges that everything you've believed about your agency, your ability to influence outcomes, your sense of purpose, may be nothing more than a projection of the mind's desperate need for order in an inherently chaotic universe. In a world where causality dissolves, where every event is equally likely to have arisen from an infinite number of possibilities, what can you truly control? If cause and effect are illusions, then your sense of power, your belief that you control your life, your future, is nothing more than a comforting fiction. What happens when you realize that nothing you do has a clear effect? What happens when you understand that your decisions are simply part of a vast, entropic cascade of random events that lead to outcomes beyond your comprehension? Are you ready to confront the devastating truth that your every action, every decision, may be as meaningless as the swirling chaos of the universe itself? The prison of language. You use language to communicate, to connect, to shape your understanding of the world. Words are your most powerful tool. They are the framework upon which you build your thoughts, your identity, your reality. Yet, what if the very tool you rely on to make sense of the world is not only inadequate, but actively distorting your perception? What if the words you speak, the concepts you carry in your mind, are a prison, a cage that confines your understanding of reality and traps you in a limited, incomplete version of the truth? At first, language seems to function as a bridge between minds, a means by which we can share our thoughts and ideas. Words seem to perfectly match the world around us, neatly categorizing and naming the objects, experiences, and emotions we encounter. But look closer. Language is not a perfect mirror of reality. It is a crude abstraction, an oversimplified representation of complex phenomena. Each word you speak is a mere symbol, a pointer to something far more intricate and nuanced. The moment you label something with a word, you are distorting it, reducing it to a mere shadow of its true form. The word tree evokes an image in your mind, but this image is far from the full experience of the tree. Its texture, its smell, its intricate interactions with the ecosystem, its deep history, and its unique position in the world are all lost in the abstraction. In the 20th century, philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein explored the limitations of language in his work, Philosophical Investigations. He famously declared, "The limits of my language mean the limits of my world." What he meant is that your language, the words and concepts you use, defines and constrains the way you experience and think about the world. If you cannot name something, you cannot fully understand it. Your experience is thus bound by the vocabulary available to you. If you live in a world where your language lacks the words to describe the vast complexity of your thoughts and perceptions, you are trapped in a conceptual prison, forever unable to fully grasp the truth. Consider the concept of color. In English, you have a relatively simple range of words to describe colors: red, blue, green, yellow. But if you were to visit a culture with a vastly different linguistic structure, you would find that their experience of color may be radically different. For example, the Himba people of Namibia have no distinct word for the color blue. Instead, they group blue into the same category as green. As a result, studies have shown that the Himba people perceive color in ways that English speakers cannot. Their world is not colored in the same way that yours is, yet they experience a richness of color that is hidden from you. Language here doesn't just fail to describe reality, it actively shapes it, determining what is perceived and what remains invisible. This linguistic prison extends far beyond simple descriptions of the world. It reaches into your understanding of concepts like time, identity, and morality, concepts that you treat as universal, objective truths. You assume that the words you use to describe time, past, present, and future, have a concrete, universal meaning. But in reality, these terms are linguistic constructs, products of human culture and experience. Other cultures do not categorize time in the same way. The Hopi, for example, have no grammatical distinction between past, present, and future tenses in their language. Their conception of time and their relationship to it is fluid and continuous, without the rigid boundaries you impose on it. By framing time in the way you do, you limit your ability to experience it differently. You are trapped in the prison of your language, unable to escape the linear conception of time that confines you to a narrow, one-dimensional view of reality. Language also shapes your very identity. You call yourself I, but what does that word really mean? What is this self you refer to? And how do you know that it is a cohesive, unified entity? The word I is a linguistic convenience, an abstraction that bundles up a complex web of thoughts, emotions, memories, and desires into one convenient label. But in reality, the self is far more fragmented and elusive. Neuroscientists have shown that the brain constructs a sense of self from disparate processes, regions, and neural networks. Your sense of I is not a fixed singular entity, but a dynamic, shifting process, constantly adapting and changing based on the inputs it receives. When you say I, you are referring to a constantly evolving pattern, not a concrete being. But the word I simplifies this process, obscuring the complexity and instability of the self. The philosopher Michel Foucault took this idea even further, suggesting that language not only shapes our thoughts, but also governs our social reality. Language is not just a means of communication. It is a mechanism of control, enforcing power structures and societal norms. The words you use are loaded with meaning, and those meanings are shaped by cultural forces beyond your control. For example, the concept of madness has shifted dramatically over time. In one era, being labeled mad could mean being locked away in an asylum, while in another, it might mean being granted artistic genius. The very words we use to describe mental health shape how we understand and treat it, creating invisible boundaries that confine individuals within rigid categories. Foucault's concept of discourse explains that language doesn't just describe the world, it constructs and limits it, creating boundaries that shape your very existence. Now think of how language shapes your perception of morality. The words good and evil, right and wrong, these are not universally fixed concepts. They are contingent upon the language and culture you inhabit. Moral systems vary wildly across cultures and societies, yet the language you speak often forces you into a narrow framework of moral thinking. These concepts, which you hold to be universal truths, are in fact nothing more than social constructions, shaped by language and history. As you stand trapped in the prison of language, consider how much of your experience is determined by the words you use to describe it. Are you even able to perceive the world as it truly is? Or are you limited by the constraints of your linguistic system? Can you ever truly know the world outside your words? Or are you doomed to remain locked within the confines of language, forever unable to see beyond the boundaries it creates? If language is the lens through which you experience the world, what happens when you realize that lens is not transparent, but warped, distorted, and incomplete? What happens when you accept that the very tool you use to navigate reality is a prison, trapping you in a narrow, fragmented view of the universe? The delusion of free will. You are told that you are free, that you have the power to make choices, to shape your destiny. From the moment you gain self-awareness, you are taught to believe that you possess free will, the ability to act independently of external forces. This belief is so deeply ingrained in your psyche that you rarely question it. But what if the truth is far more disturbing? What if the very notion of free will, your cherished sense of autonomy, is an illusion, a comforting story your brain tells you to preserve the fiction of control? At first, it feels self-evident, doesn't it? You think, therefore you act, you make decisions, you take actions, and you feel as though you are the conscious author of your own life. But this is precisely the problem. You believe in the myth of control, the narrative that your actions are the direct result of your conscious decisions. However, this narrative is undermined by both scientific research and philosophy, which increasingly suggests that your sense of free will is an elaborate psychological construct, a product of neural processes happening beyond your conscious awareness. In 1983, neuroscientist Benjamin Libet conducted a groundbreaking experiment that revealed a shocking truth about free will. In his experiment, participants were asked to perform a simple task, flexing their wrist, while Libet measured their brain activity. What he found was that the brain initiated the movement several hundred milliseconds before the participant was consciously aware of their decision to move. This meant that the action was already set into motion before the conscious mind even registered it. The conclusion was stark. The conscious experience of choosing, the moment you believe you are deciding, is actually a delayed reaction to neural processes that have already begun. Your brain decides your actions before you consciously decide them. The sense of choice, the feeling that you are making a free, independent decision, is a mere illusion, a post hoc rationalization. Libet's findings were controversial, sparking debates about the implications for free will. But the truth is even more unsettling. His work opened the door to a more profound understanding of the brain's role in decision-making. If you are not consciously in control of your decisions, then what is it that is actually making them? Neuroscientists have increasingly found that much of what you consider to be your will is shaped by unconscious processes. These processes are influenced by genetics, environment, past experiences, and even cultural conditioning. In fact, many of your decisions are made in response to stimuli or unconscious biases that you are completely unaware of. You believe you are making a free choice, but in reality, you are simply reacting to factors beyond your control. Your brain is merely following preset patterns. This idea is reinforced by the work of psychologist Daniel Kahneman, whose research into decision-making revealed the powerful role of cognitive biases. Kahneman describes two modes of thinking, System 1 and System 2. System 1 is fast, automatic, and unconscious, operating on instinct and intuition. System 2 is slow, deliberate, and conscious, requiring effort and attention. The vast majority of your decisions, whether you realize it or not, are made by System 1, which is driven by unconscious patterns and biases that shape your perception of reality. Your conscious mind, System 2, then steps in, rationalizing and justifying the decision made by System 1, creating the illusion that you were in control all along. But the implications of this discovery extend far beyond trivial decisions. What about your most profound, life-defining choices? Are they truly yours to make? Or are they simply the culmination of past experiences, genetic predispositions, and external influences that you have no real control over? Consider addiction, for instance. A person's ability to make the conscious decision to quit smoking, drinking, or using drugs is often severely impaired by biological and psychological factors. The addictive patterns are not simply a matter of willpower, but involve deeply ingrained neural pathways that override conscious control. In these cases, the person may feel as though they are making a free choice to act, but their behavior is, in fact, driven by a brain that is stuck in a cycle of compulsive need, shaped by factors far beyond their awareness. This understanding of decision-making becomes even more unsettling when you consider the influence of society and culture. From the moment you are born, you are bombarded with social norms, expectations, and ideologies that subtly, and not so subtly, shape your choices. Your desires, your ambitions, even your very identity, are sculpted by the media you consume, the people you interact with, and the cultural narratives that define what it means to be successful, happy, or worthy. You believe you are choosing a career, a partner, a lifestyle. Yet these choices are often rooted in a deep-seated need to conform, to meet external standards, and to fulfill roles that society has already carved out for you. Philosophers like Friedrich Nietzsche and Jean-Paul Sartre have long challenged the idea of free will, arguing that our desires and actions are not freely chosen, but are dictated by forces outside of our control. Nietzsche, in particular, critiqued the notion of free will as a product of human weakness, the desperate attempt to explain away the random, chaotic forces that govern our lives. Sartre, on the other hand, argued that while we may not have ultimate control over the conditions of our existence, we do have the responsibility to confront this fact and act authentically within those constraints. But even Sartre's existentialist freedom is not the kind of liberation you have been taught to imagine. It is the freedom to choose within the context of a reality that is itself constrained, shaped by forces beyond your understanding or control. This brings us to a terrifying realization. If you are not the conscious author of your actions, then who or what is? If free will is an illusion, if your choices are nothing more than the consequence of hidden processes and societal conditioning, then what does that say about your sense of agency? What happens when you confront the fact that you are not an autonomous individual making free decisions, but rather a participant in a vast, complex system of influence and reaction, a cog in a wheel that you can neither see nor control? If you cannot trust your own mind to act freely, if your choices are not truly your own, but are instead the result of unseen forces, where does that leave your sense of responsibility? Are you still accountable for your actions, or are you merely a product of forces beyond your control? The collapse of objective reality. You live your life under the comforting assumption that reality exists independently of you, that the world around you is fixed, solid, and objective. You believe that when you look at an object, you see it as it truly is. The chair you sit on, the sky above, the ground beneath your feet, they all exist as physical entities, untouched by your perception. But what if this belief is a fundamental error? What if the reality you perceive is not objective at all, but a product of your mind's own construction, shaped by your senses and consciousness in ways you cannot fully comprehend? The idea that reality exists independently of perception has been a cornerstone of Western thought for centuries. Philosophers like Descartes posited the notion of a universe in itself, one that operates according to immutable laws, regardless of whether anyone is there to observe it. But modern science, particularly in the fields of quantum mechanics and neuroscience, has thoroughly undermined this assumption. In fact, the more we explore the fundamental nature of reality, the more we find that what you perceive as real is not objective at all. It is subjective, constructed, and dependent on your senses, your brain, and your interpretation. Take, for instance, the phenomenon of perceptual reality. Your brain doesn't directly access the external world. It creates a model of reality based on the sensory data it receives. What you see is not the object itself, but a representation of that object, filtered through the lenses of your senses and your brain's interpretation. The colors you see, the shapes you perceive, and even the texture you feel are not inherent qualities of the object. They are constructed by your brain. Neuroscientist Donald Hoffman has suggested that what you perceive as reality is merely an interface designed by your brain to help you survive, not an accurate representation of the world as it truly is. What you see, hear, and touch is simply a user interface, a simplified version of reality that has been tailored to make your life easier, not truer. Your vision is a prime example of this construction. When you look at an object, light reflects off it and enters your eyes, where it is processed by the retina and sent to the brain. However, what you see is not the object itself, but the brain's interpretation of the light that it receives. Your brain fills in gaps, makes assumptions, and creates a model of the world based on incomplete data. For instance, when you look at an object, your brain sees its color and shape, even though this color is not an inherent property of the object. Color, as we know it, is the result of the interaction between light and the photoreceptors in your eyes, an illusion created by your sensory organs. Consider the famous optical illusion known as the Mueller-Lyer illusion, where two lines of equal length appear to be different lengths due to the direction of the arrows at their ends. In reality, the lines are the same size, yet your brain interprets them differently based on contextual cues. This illusion is not just a trivial trick. It reveals that your perception of reality is not fixed or objective. Your brain actively interprets and modifies sensory information to create a version of reality that makes sense to you, one that aligns with your past experiences, your expectations, and your desires. At the quantum level, the very nature of reality becomes even more elusive. Quantum mechanics, arguably the most successful theory in modern physics, reveals that particles do not have fixed properties until they are measured. The act of observation itself collapses a wave function, forcing particles to assume a particular state. This means that, at the most fundamental level, reality does not exist in a fixed objective form, but exists in a state of potential, a cloud of probabilities, until it is observed. The famous thought experiment of Schrödinger's cat illustrates this perfectly. A cat in a box is simultaneously alive and dead until someone opens the box and observes the cat. The reality of the cat's condition exists as a superposition of possibilities, not as a singular objective truth. The very act of observation, it seems, creates reality. This concept is deeply unsettling. It means that, at the most fundamental level, reality itself is not fixed, not objective, and not independent of consciousness. The universe does not exist as a solid, unchanging thing waiting to be discovered. Instead, it is a fluid, dynamic system that only solidifies when it is observed. And even then, it remains uncertain, subject to the vagaries of the observer's perception. But this understanding of reality as subjective and constructed doesn't stop at the quantum level. It permeates every aspect of your experience. You believe you can trust your senses to provide you with an accurate representation of the world, but your senses are continually deceiving you. For example, the phenomenon of size constancy shows how your perception of the size of an object changes based on its distance from you. A car that is far away appears smaller, but your brain compensates for the distance, ensuring you perceive it as the same size as a car closer to you. However, your brain's correction is not always accurate, and sometimes you can misjudge the size of objects entirely. In this way, your brain actively constructs a version of reality that fits its assumptions, not the actual objective truth. In fact, some neuroscientists argue that consciousness itself is nothing more than a projection, a constructed model of reality. According to philosopher Thomas Metzinger, your experience of being you is not a direct experience of reality, but a simulation your brain creates to navigate the world. You do not experience the world directly. You experience a model of the world, one that is filtered, distorted, and shaped by the brain's algorithms. This is why the philosopher Immanuel Kant famously argued that we can never truly know the thing in itself, the world as it is independent of our perception. We are forever trapped in our own minds, unable to access reality directly. What you call reality is a simulation, a mental model generated by your brain to make sense of the sensory data it receives. It is a story your brain tells itself to navigate the world, but it is not the world itself. If your perception of reality is not an accurate reflection of the world, if it is a simulation constructed by your brain, then how can you ever know what is truly real? If reality itself is a shifting, probabilistic field that only takes form when you observe it, how can you trust anything you perceive? Are you even experiencing the same reality as the person next to you? Or are you both trapped in your own subjective simulations, unable to fully connect with the world outside of your mind? What happens when you accept that reality as you experience? It is not fixed, but constructed, fluid, and dependent upon your mind. How do you cope with the horrifying possibility that everything you know and perceive is a mere projection, shaped by your senses, your brain, and your unconscious mind? If reality is not objective, what remains to hold you to the world you thought you knew? The erasure of history. You have been told that history is a record of the past, a fixed set of events that have already occurred, forever etched into the fabric of time. You believe that history, as it is taught to you, is a reliable account of what happened, a foundation upon which to understand the present, to build your identity, to learn from mistakes. But what if history itself is not a stable, objective record of facts, but a distorted, manipulated, and incomplete narrative, one that has been rewritten, shaped, and eroded by the very forces it seeks to describe? You may think of history as something concrete, a permanent structure built from evidence, documents, artifacts, and testimonies. Yet history is not a fixed monument. It is a fluid, subjective story told from countless perspectives. The past is not a collection of objective facts that can be neatly catalogued and stored away. It is a narrative, constantly reshaped by the individuals who write it, the institutions that preserve it, and the ideologies that interpret it. You live with the illusion that history is objective because the stories you are told have been filtered through the lenses of those who have the power to write them. The past, as you know it, is shaped by authority, by governments, by academics, by those who control the flow of information. The manipulation of history is nothing new. In the 20th century, totalitarian regimes such as those in Stalinist Russia and Nazi Germany did not just control the present, they sought to control the past as well. Joseph Stalin's regime rewrote Soviet history to remove any traces of opposition or inconvenient truths. Entire individuals and events were erased from history books, their existence erased from official records, as if they had never existed at all. The result was a population that could no longer trust the narratives they were told about their own history. But this is not just an issue of totalitarian regimes. This manipulation of history occurs in more subtle ways as well. Consider the rewriting of colonial history. For centuries, colonial powers have constructed narratives that glorify their imperial ventures while marginalizing or outright erasing the histories of the colonized peoples. The story of colonialism, as it is often told in Western textbooks, is one of civilization bringing progress to uncivilized lands. This narrative obscures the brutality, the exploitation, and the trauma that was inflicted upon indigenous populations. The true cost of empire, massacres, forced labor, displacement, and cultural erasure is systematically omitted or minimized. The past is rewritten to fit the narrative of the colonizers, leaving the victims of colonialism without a voice in the historical record. This erasure extends beyond the political. Entire groups of people, women, racial minorities, and marginalized communities have had their stories excluded from the grand narrative of history. For centuries, women's contributions to science, art, politics, and philosophy were largely overlooked or attributed to men. The achievements of African, indigenous, and Asian peoples were minimized or erased entirely in favor of a Eurocentric view of history. Even today, the stories of these groups are often ignored or romanticized, while their suffering is swept under the rug. The history you have been taught is not complete. It is a selective narrative, one that serves the interests of those in power. But history's erasure is not confined to the actions of governments or institutions. Your own memory is a battleground for history, constantly rewriting and erasing parts of your personal past. You believe that your memories are reliable records of your life, snapshots of key moments frozen in time. But your memory, like history itself, is not a static record. It is constantly shaped, distorted, and forgotten. The phenomenon of memory suppression reveals that traumatic events can be buried so deeply in your psyche that you cannot recall them, or you recall them in distorted ways. The mind erases or alters certain memories to protect you from emotional pain, leaving gaps in your personal history that you may never be able to fill. The way you remember your past is shaped by your present, by your desires, your fears, and your beliefs. The stories you tell yourself about your past are not objective truths, but subjective constructions. Even the most vivid memories, the ones you are certain are accurate, are susceptible to distortion. Research in cognitive psychology shows that memories are not static, but are continually modified every time they are recalled. The more you remember something, the more likely it is that your memory of it will be altered, reshaped, or even fabricated. You are not the keeper of your own history. You are a storyteller, constantly rewriting the past, telling yourself a version of your life that makes sense, that is palatable, that conforms to your current identity. And this is where the erasure of history becomes truly terrifying. If you cannot trust the historical record, if the past has been systematically rewritten, manipulated, or erased to fit the interests of those in power, then what can you trust? If you cannot trust your own memories, your own recollection of events, what can you rely on to construct your identity? If the very foundation of your personal and collective history is built on lies, omissions, and alterations, who are you, really? And how can you possibly know who you were when even your own past is shrouded in uncertainty. But this is not merely a theoretical problem. The erasure of history is a fundamental part of how power structures maintain control. By rewriting history, by distorting the narrative, those in power can control the present, dictating what is remembered and what is forgotten. They can erase the injustices of the past, ensuring that future generations never learn the truth. You have been taught to accept the official narrative, to believe in the version of history that has been handed down to you. But what happens when you realize that the history you have been taught is incomplete, partial, and distorted? If history is constantly being rewritten, if the past is erased and reconstructed to serve the present, then how can you ever know what is real? If even your personal history is subject to distortion and erasure, what does that mean for your sense of identity, your understanding of who you are? Can you trust anything at all when you begin to see that the past is not a fixed record but a fluid, malleable story, one that can be rewritten at will? The illusion of stability. You live your life under the comforting illusion of stability, believing that the world around you is solid, unchanging, and reliable. You trust that the ground beneath your feet will hold you up, that the laws of physics governing your environment will remain constant, and that your sense of self will endure through the trials of time. But what if this belief, this need for stability, is an illusion, a fragile fantasy that keeps you tethered to a world that is far more volatile, unpredictable, and fleeting than you realize? At every level, from the smallest particles to the vast cosmos, the universe is in a constant state of flux. From the moment you wake up to the moment you fall asleep, everything around you, everything you perceive as stable, is in motion. Even the ground you stand on is not as solid as it seems. The Earth's crust, which you assume to be an immovable foundation, is actually in constant motion, shifting and cracking along tectonic plate boundaries. Earthquakes, which you experience as violent and destructive, are simply the latest evidence of this ever-present movement. What appears to be solid and stable is merely a temporary arrangement of matter, held together by forces you cannot see or control. This shifting foundation extends far beyond the earth beneath your feet. The laws of physics, once thought to be fixed and eternal, are not as immutable as you might believe. Take the concept of physical constants, values such as the speed of light or the gravitational constant, that are often assumed to be uniform across the universe. These constants are central to our understanding of how the universe operates, and we believe they offer a measure of stability in an otherwise chaotic world. But recent research suggests that even these constants may not be as constant as we once thought. Astronomers have observed subtle variations in the fine structure constant, a fundamental constant of nature, suggesting that the laws of physics may change over time. If even the fundamental constants that govern the universe are subject to change, then what remains stable? And yet, the most unsettling aspect of this illusion of stability may lie in your own perception of time. You believe that time moves forward, relentlessly, in a straight line, from past to present to future. This linear flow of time, along with the notion that everything exists within this unyielding progression, gives you a sense of stability, of direction. But this too is an illusion. Time itself, as you perceive it, is not the constant, reliable progression you assume it to be. In reality, time is a relative experience, shaped by your position in space, your motion, and the gravitational field you inhabit. Einstein's theory of relativity teaches us that time itself can stretch and contract depending on these factors. What seems like a stable and uniform passage of time is in fact a flexible, malleable construct that bends in ways you cannot immediately perceive. In addition to the relativistic bending of time, quantum mechanics introduces another profound challenge to your sense of temporal stability. At the quantum level, time itself is not as continuous as it seems. The quantum world operates in discrete jumps, with particles existing in multiple states at once, and events happening in ways that defy your conventional understanding of cause and effect. In the quantum realm, the flow of time is not a smooth, uninterrupted stream but a series of discrete, probabilistic events. It is as if time itself is fragmented, and your experience of it is an emergent property of larger, more chaotic processes happening at smaller scales. But the most profound challenge to the illusion of stability comes from within you. Your sense of self, that constant I you carry with you through life, is perhaps the greatest source of this illusion. You believe that you are a fixed, enduring entity, a continuous thread that runs through the fabric of time. But the reality is much more unsettling. The you that you think of as permanent is in fact a construct, constantly shifting and evolving with every moment. Every experience, every thought, every interaction subtly alters your sense of identity. Your brain is not a static, unchanging entity. It is a dynamic, constantly rewiring itself based on new inputs and experiences. The self you think of as stable is nothing more than a temporary arrangement of neural processes, fleeting and impermanent. Even your memories, which you rely on to build a coherent narrative of who you are not stable. Memory is not a fixed, reliable record of the past, but a fluid, malleable process that changes with every recollection. Every time you revisit a memory, you alter it. This constant distortion of the past creates a fractured sense of self, where your identity is not a continuous whole, but a collection of fragments, each one shaped by the passage of time and the experiences that come with it. The self you believe to be stable, coherent, and unchanging is, in reality, an illusion. The sensation of stability is further undermined by the unpredictability of the universe itself. Chaos theory, which studies complex systems, shows that even small changes in initial conditions can lead to vastly different outcomes. In chaotic systems, small perturbations can lead to massive, unforeseen consequences. This means that the future is inherently uncertain, even in systems that appear stable. Weather patterns, for example, are governed by chaotic dynamics, where a tiny fluctuation in temperature can trigger a storm halfway across the world. The stability you believe exists in the world is an illusion, obscured by the vast complexity and unpredictability of the systems that govern it. So, what is left when you realize that nothing in the universe is truly stable? If the ground beneath you is not stable, if the laws of physics may change, if time itself is a malleable construct, and if your sense of self is fleeting and fragmented, then what can you trust? If stability is an illusion, then what remains in the face of such uncertainty? Is it possible to ever find a solid footing? Or are you doomed to float in a universe that is constantly shifting and changing around you, with no true anchor to hold on to? What becomes of you when you realize that the stability you have relied on to make sense of the world is nothing more than a fragile construct, doomed to crumble away in the face of deeper, unsettling truths? The invention of meaning. You look at the world and assign meaning to everything you see. The words you speak, the relationships you form, the work you do, they all have meaning. They carry significance, purpose, and value in your life. But what if meaning is not something intrinsic to the world around you, but something you impose upon it? What if the meaning you assign to events, to objects, to people, is a projection of your own mind, a construct you create to make sense of a universe that is, at its core, indifferent to meaning? You have been conditioned to believe that meaning is something real, something that exists independently of you. You were taught that the world has an inherent order, a purpose, and that you have a role to play in this grand narrative. But what if meaning, in fact, does not exist in the world at all? What if it is simply a creation of your mind, a way for you to make sense of the chaos around you? Consider the famous philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, who proclaimed that God is dead. What he meant by this was not simply that the concept of God had ceased to be believed by society, but that the entire framework of meaning, the objective moral order and purpose that religion once provided, had collapsed. Without this external source of meaning, humanity was left adrift in a purposeless universe. Nietzsche's declaration was a call to confront the inherent meaninglessness of existence, to face the fact that the universe does not care about you, your struggles, or your desires. The meaning you find in life is not inherent in the world. It is something you create, something you impose on your experiences in order to make them bearable. This idea is reinforced by existentialist philosophers like Jean-Paul Sartre, who argued that humans are condemned to create their own meaning in a world that offers none. Sartre's famous concept of bad faith describes the way individuals deceive themselves into believing that meaning exists inherently in the world, when in reality, it must be created by each person. The bad faith is a lie we tell ourselves to avoid confronting the responsibility of creating our own meaning. We fill our lives with goals, relationships, and possessions to distract ourselves from the terrifying truth. Life has no inherent meaning. It is up to you to assign meaning to your existence. But that meaning is not given to you by the world. It is something you must create from within. But if meaning is something you create, then it is fragile. It is subjective, prone to shifting, and ultimately empty. The meaning you assign to your life is not eternal. It is fleeting, temporary, and easily erased. You may invest years into building a career, raising a family, or pursuing a passion. But what happens when the meaning you've assigned to these things crumbles away? When you reach the end of your life, what meaning will remain? Will it matter that you loved and were loved, that you worked hard, that you strived to make a difference? Or will you, like so many others, face the inevitable truth that all of it was, in the end, a story you told yourself to fill the emptiness of existence? You create meaning in the way you think about your work, your relationships, your successes, and your failures. You assign value to your actions based on a system of beliefs that you have internalized from society, culture, and personal experience. But these beliefs, too, are not inherent truths. They are constructs, passed down to you by others, shaped by the cultural forces that surround you. The meaning you assign to your life is not universal. It is a reflection of the values and priorities of the society in which you live. If you had been born in a different time or place, you might have constructed an entirely different sense of purpose. Consider the case of Viktor Frankl, the psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor who wrote about the search for meaning in his book, Man's Search for Meaning. Frankl observed that those who survived the horrors of the concentration camps were often those who found meaning in their suffering. They were able to see their pain as part of a larger purpose, whether through religion, family, or personal growth. But Frankl's insights also reveal something unsettling. That meaning, in the end, is an individual choice, not an objective truth. The very act of survival was itself a form of creating meaning in the face of annihilation. And if meaning can be created in the most extreme conditions, then it can also be destroyed just as easily. The truth is that the meaning you create for yourself is not guaranteed. It is fragile, subject to change, and ultimately arbitrary. You believe that the meaning you assign to your life is permanent, that it will give you a sense of identity and purpose. But what happens when that meaning collapses? What happens when the things you value, the goals you pursue, or the beliefs you hold dear are no longer relevant? If meaning is something you invent, then it is subject to the whims of your mind. It can be erased, rewritten, or abandoned entirely. This realization is profoundly unsettling. The meaning you find in your life is not real, not inherent, but a temporary construction that will eventually dissolve. You may feel as though you are living a purposeful life, but that purpose is nothing more than a story you've told yourself to make the unbearable truth of existence easier to bear. If you can invent meaning, you can just as easily strip it away. Your entire sense of self, the narrative of your life, is not built on anything solid, anything enduring. It is a fleeting, fragile construct, constantly shifting, constantly changing, constantly at risk of being erased. What happens when you realize that the meaning you have given your life is not a permanent truth, but a temporary illusion? One That will eventually fade away, leaving you with nothing but the terrifying void of an indifferent universe. The corruption of perception. You think you see the world as it is, but what if your perception of reality is a carefully constructed illusion, shaped by forces you cannot even begin to comprehend? Every moment, your senses gather information, and your brain processes it to create a coherent narrative of the world. Yet this narrative is not an accurate reflection of reality. It is distorted, corrupted by countless biases, limitations, and evolutionary shortcuts that leave you with a version of the world that is not true, but merely functional, enough to keep you alive, but not necessarily enough to understand what truly exists. Consider the way your brain processes vision. What you think you see is not the raw data gathered by your eyes, but a reconstruction built by your brain. Your eyes capture light and send signals to your brain, which then interprets this information, creating a mental image. But this process is far from perfect. Your brain makes countless assumptions, filling in gaps, smoothing over inconsistencies, and predicting what is likely to be there based on prior experience. The result is a version of the world that appears stable, consistent, and coherent, but is anything but. For instance, take the well-known blind spot in your vision. Your retina has a spot where the optic nerve exits the eye. This spot has no photoreceptor cells, so it cannot detect light. You are unaware of this blind spot because your brain fills it in, seamlessly integrating the missing information into your visual field. You don't notice the gaps in your perception because your brain is actively lying to you, filling in the blanks to create a consistent view of the world. Your perception is a convenient fiction, not an accurate representation of the world as it truly is. This corruption extends far beyond vision. Your brain is wired to interpret the world in ways that prioritize survival over truth. Evolution has shaped your senses and cognition to help you navigate the world effectively, but not necessarily accurately. Your perception is biased by this evolutionary imperative. Cognitive scientists call this the bounded rationality of human thought. You are not a perfectly logical, objective observer of the world. You are a creature shaped by survival instincts, by the need to make quick decisions, and by the pressures of an environment that demands immediate action. Your brain doesn't give you access to the objective truth. It gives you what you need to survive, which often means simplifying, distorting, and even disregarding the truth in favor of expedience. The result is a brain that actively shapes reality, filtering out information that might be too complex, too overwhelming, or too irrelevant to your immediate survival. In fact, most of the information your brain receives is ignored or disregarded altogether. You are not experiencing the world in its full richness and complexity. You're experiencing a simplified, distorted version designed for efficiency. Your perception of reality is not a window into the truth. It is a model, a simulation, constructed by your brain to help you navigate your environment. And this model is corrupted by a host of biases and limitations. One of the most insidious biases is the confirmation bias. This is the tendency to seek out, interpret, and remember information that confirms what you already believe, while ignoring or dismissing information that contradicts your beliefs. You are not an impartial observer of reality. You are a biased interpreter, constantly shaping the world around you to fit your pre-existing ideas and desires. This bias leads you to construct a reality that aligns with your beliefs, creating a version of the world that feels true to you, but may be deeply flawed or inaccurate. Another example of perceptual corruption is the anchoring effect, where your judgment is influenced by an initial piece of information or anchor, regardless of its relevance. If you are told that a product is worth $1,000 and then see it on sale for $800, you are more likely to perceive it as a good deal, even if the actual value of the product is much lower. Your brain latches onto the anchor and distorts your perception of the situation, leading you to make decisions based on biased, corrupted information. These biases are not anomalies. They are built into the very structure of your brain, evolved to help you navigate a complex and unpredictable world. But they also distort your perception of reality, leading you to make judgments and decisions that are far from objective. You are not seeing the world clearly. You are seeing a world shaped by your biases, your past experiences, and your evolutionary needs. Your perception is a filter, a screen that distorts the truth in ways you can't even begin to notice. But it doesn't stop there. Your perception of other people is just as corrupted. Psychologists have shown that your perception of others is shaped by stereotypes, cultural norms, and unconscious biases that influence how you interpret their behavior. You may think you are seeing someone clearly, but in reality, your mind is constantly categorizing and interpreting their actions in ways that align with your preconceptions. You are not seeing the person in front of you as they truly are. You are seeing a version of them shaped by your own biases, fears, and expectations. And the corruption of perception extends to your very understanding of yourself. You believe that you have a clear, accurate sense of who you are. But this self-perception is just as distorted as your perception of the world and others. Research into self-perception shows that you are notoriously bad at understanding your own motivations, desires, and actions. You convince yourself that you are in control of your choices, that you know why you do the things you do, but in reality, much of your behavior is influenced by unconscious factors that you cannot see or understand. Your sense of self is not a stable, accurate reflection of who you are. It is a distorted, incomplete story you tell yourself to make sense of your own actions. The most unsettling realization is that, at every moment, you are living in a world that you do not fully understand. Your senses, your brain, your very perception of reality. Everything is warped, filtered, and distorted in ways that you are almost completely unaware of. You do not see the world as it truly is. You see a version of the world shaped by your own limitations, biases, and evolutionary imperatives. And this distorted perception is not limited to the external world. It shapes your understanding of yourself and others, creating a reality that feels true, but is, in fact, a fractured, incomplete version of what actually exists. What happens when you accept that your perception of reality is not reliable, not accurate, and not objective? When you realize that everything you think you know is filtered through a lens of bias, limitation, and distortion, what remains of your understanding of the world? How can you trust anything when everything you experience is tainted by your mind's need to simplify, categorize, and distort? The fragility of consciousness. You go through your days convinced that your consciousness is a permanent fixture, a steady, unbroken stream of awareness that defines you. You believe that the you who experiences the world, your thoughts, your emotions, your awareness, is a constant, that the person you were yesterday is the same as the person you are today. But what if this sense of self, this unbroken stream of consciousness, is nothing but an illusion, and the very thing you rely on to feel whole and stable is, in fact, incredibly fragile, on the verge of disintegration at any moment? Consciousness, the very core of your being, is a mystery that science still struggles to explain. You think you know what it is. You experience it every moment of your life. But despite centuries of inquiry, no one has ever been able to definitively explain how and why consciousness arises, nor what it truly is. The hard problem of consciousness, as philosopher David Chalmers calls it, is the question of how subjective experience comes into being from physical processes in the brain. How do neurons firing in your brain give rise to the vivid, rich experience of seeing a sunset, hearing a song, or feeling love? This question has no answer, no theory that fully explains the phenomenon, and yet, you take your own consciousness for granted, assuming that it is a solid, unchanging part of your reality. But what if consciousness is not the stable, enduring entity you assume it to be? What if instead, it is a fragile construct, a temporary and ever-changing state that flickers in and out of existence like a candle's flame? The truth is, your consciousness is not as continuous as you believe. It is fragmented, interrupted, and vulnerable. The you, who is aware of the world, who thinks and feels and experiences, is not a permanent fixture, but a collection of fleeting mental states, constantly in flux. One of the clearest illustrations of this fragility comes from the phenomenon of blind sight. Blind sight refers to a condition in which people who are blind due to brain damage are still able to sense objects in their environment, even though they cannot consciously perceive them. These individuals report no visual awareness, yet they can navigate obstacles, identify movement, and respond to visual stimuli, as if their brain is processing visual information without their conscious mind being aware of it. This suggests that consciousness, the experience of being aware of something, is not necessary for perception or action. The brain can process information without your conscious awareness, challenging the assumption that consciousness is a stable, continuous experience. Further unsettling evidence of the fragility of consciousness comes from patients suffering from dissociative states or disorders. Dissociation is a psychological phenomenon in which a person's sense of self becomes fragmented, as if they are watching themselves from the outside, or even completely detached from their own body. This condition is often triggered by trauma, suggesting that your consciousness can fracture under stress, revealing that the sense of self you rely on is not a fixed entity, but a fragile construct that can break apart in the face of overwhelming force. People with dissociative identity disorder, formerly known as multiple personality disorder, may experience distinct, separate identities that take over their consciousness at different times, each with its own memories, behaviors, and emotions. This phenomenon demonstrates that the self you experience as a continuous, unified whole is not a permanent fixture, but a collection of overlapping and sometimes conflicting mental states. The fragility of consciousness is also evident in the phenomenon of the self in neurological disorders. In the case of alien hand syndrome, individuals lose the sense of control over one of their limbs, which begins to act independently, as though it has its own will. The person with alien hand syndrome may find that their hand reaches out and grabs objects without their consent, as if they are being controlled by an external force. This condition suggests that the sense of self and control you feel is not as unified and stable as you might think. It can be disrupted, fractured, and even lost entirely in extreme circumstances. In addition to these dramatic examples, consider the more subtle ways in which consciousness is fragile in everyday life. You may think you know yourself, that you have a stable identity that persists across time. But what if your sense of self is not as fixed as you believe? Research in neuroscience shows that the brain is in a constant state of change, rewiring itself in response to new experiences. Every memory you recall, every piece of new information you learn, is integrated into your mental structure, subtly shifting your self-concept. Your brain is not a static entity. It is a dynamic, ever-evolving system, and so is your sense of who you are. The you who exists today may not be the same you who existed yesterday, and certainly not the same you who will exist tomorrow. Your consciousness is not the unbroken, continuous experience you assume it to be. It is a fluid, mutable process, constantly reshaping itself in response to the world. The most unsettling realization is that your consciousness, the very thing that you believe defines you, that you believe makes you you, is not a fixed or stable entity at all. It is fragile, fleeting, and prone to disruption. The sense of self that you hold so dearly is a temporary and shifting construct, shaped by a multitude of factors beyond your conscious awareness. The you that exists in your mind is not permanent. It is an illusion, a transient state that flickers in and out of existence. If consciousness is not stable, if it is fragile and susceptible to fracture, what does that say about the person you believe yourself to be? If your sense of self can be so easily disrupted, so easily broken, then who are you, really? And what happens when you realize that the very core of your identity is not a constant, unchanging presence, but a fragile construct, one that could crumble away at any moment? What happens when you accept that the you take for granted, your consciousness, your identity, your sense of self, is not as permanent as you've always believed, but a temporary, fragile illusion that can shatter at any moment. The silence beyond. Death, you live in the shadow of death, constantly aware of its inevitable approach. And yet, you have constructed a barrier around it, an illusion of permanence and continuity, hoping that the certainty of your existence will somehow protect you from the darkness that lies beyond it. You imagine that death is something distant, something that happens someday, perhaps to others, but not to you, not yet. You cling to the hope that there is an afterlife, that death is merely a transition to another state of being, that your consciousness, your essence, will persist in some form. But what if the truth is far more horrifying? What if death is not a transition, but an absolute end, the complete and utter cessation of everything you know, a total annihilation of consciousness, a silence so profound and absolute that nothing you are or ever were will remain? The fear of death is universal. It is the most primal, instinctual fear that governs much of human behavior. Your awareness of your own mortality shapes how you live, how you interact with the world, and how you assign meaning to your life. Yet despite the overwhelming evidence that death is an inescapable part of existence, you cling to the idea that somehow you can escape it. You construct narratives about the afterlife, about reincarnation, about a soul that transcends the body, all in an effort to make the idea of your own death bearable. The belief in life after death is a comforting fiction, one that helps you ignore the terrifying truth. Death is not a passage to another realm, but an irreversible end. Consider the vastness of the universe. You are a tiny, fleeting speck on a small planet, orbiting an insignificant star in an immense galaxy, one of billions in an infinite universe. The vast majority of the universe's existence unfolds without any awareness of your presence. Galaxies form and collapse. Stars are born and die. And yet, through all of this cosmic activity, you believe that your life has purpose, meaning, and significance. But when you confront the reality of death, you must face the uncomfortable truth. When you die, the universe will continue, indifferent to your passing. Your existence will be erased, your contributions forgotten, and your presence will fade into the silence of the cosmos. Science, too, offers little comfort. The biological perspective on death is blunt and unyielding. When your body dies, your brain ceases to function, your heart stops beating, your organs fail, and your consciousness fades into nothingness. Neuroscience has shown that consciousness arises from the complex interactions of neurons in the brain, and when the brain shuts down, consciousness is lost. There is no evidence to suggest that consciousness survives death. The notion that you will continue to exist in some form, whether in a spiritual or physical state, is unsupported by science. The reality is much darker. When you die, you will cease to exist in any meaningful way. There is no afterlife, no continuation, no second chance. There is only silence. Consider the famous thought experiment of the ship of Theseus, which explores the question of identity over time. The ship, over the course of many years, has each of its parts replaced with new ones until none of the original parts remain. Is the ship still the same ship? And if not, when did it cease to be the original? Similarly, when you die, the components of your body will decay, break down, and be absorbed into the earth. Your cells will disintegrate, your body will return to the soil, and your individual essence, whatever that might have been, will be lost. The body you once inhabited will be nothing more than an empty vessel, indistinguishable from the countless others that came before it. Your identity will be erased, your story forgotten, and you will become just another fleeting particle in the vast, indifferent expanse of the universe. But this notion of nothingness is perhaps the most terrifying aspect of death. You are told that nothing is the absence of everything, the void, the absence of experience, the cessation of consciousness. But what does it really mean to experience nothing? What is it like to cease to exist? The philosopher Thomas Metzinger suggests that even the concept of nothingness is inherently paradoxical, because consciousness itself cannot grasp the true nature of non-existence. When you die, you will not be aware of your own non-existence. You will simply cease to be. There will be no awareness of your absence, no awareness of the passage of time, no lingering thought or sensation. It is as if you were never there, as if you had never existed at all. This silent, eternal void is what awaits you at the end of your life, a silence that erases all meaning, all memory, all existence. In that silence, there will be no regret, no fulfillment, no joy, no pain. There will be nothing, no one to remember you, no one to mourn you, no meaning left to the life you lived, no trace of your presence in the universe. You will not even be able to remember your own death. For once, you are gone. There will be no you left to do the remembering, and yet you cannot escape this truth. You may choose to ignore it, to fill your life with distractions, to build meaning where none truly exists, but death remains the ultimate reality, waiting patiently for you. Every moment that passes brings you closer to the silence beyond death, a silence so profound that not even the memory of you will persist. You are a fleeting spark in the vast darkness of time, and when your light fades, it will leave no trace. What happens when you come face to face with the absolute and inescapable truth of your mortality? That you are destined to disappear without a trace into the silence of nothingness. What happens when you accept that death is not a passage, but the end of all things, the end of meaning, the end of self, the end of you, the machinery of emotion? You pride yourself on your emotions, your anger, your love, your joy, your sorrow. You believe that your feelings are deeply personal, intrinsic to who you are, the essence of your humanity. Emotions give color to your existence, providing meaning and depth, guiding your actions, influencing your decisions. They are the foundation of your relationships, your sense of self, your connection to the world around you. But what if emotions are not the natural, authentic expressions of your inner being, but rather complex, mechanical responses to stimuli, programmed, reactions controlled by the brain's underlying circuitry, responding predictably to external factors? What if emotions are not the profound, mysterious experiences you believe them to be, but a series of conditioned reflexes, each one engineered for survival, each one governed by biological processes you cannot control? Your emotions, the very things that make you feel alive, are not as personal or as mysterious as you think. The field of neuroscience has revealed that emotions are deeply rooted in the brain's limbic system, the area responsible for processing feelings and memory. These emotions are not free-flowing, creative expressions of individuality, but are rooted in biological mechanisms that evolved over millennia to help your ancestors survive. When you feel fear, it is not because you are confronting an existential crisis, but because your brain is responding to perceived danger, real or imagined. When you feel joy, it is not because you have found a deep sense of fulfillment, but because your brain is rewarding you with a burst of dopamine, signaling that you have encountered something beneficial to your survival. Emotions are biological imperatives designed to move you toward actions that promote survival and reproduction, not to express some profound truth about your soul or your identity. Take the emotion of fear, for example. Fear is often seen as a response to an external threat, something that puts your life at risk. But fear is not a simple reaction to danger. It is a deeply ingrained survival mechanism, a primal reflex that takes over your body long before you have time to think. When you perceive a threat, whether real or imagined, your brain activates a cascade of physiological responses, releasing adrenaline, increasing your heart rate, and preparing your body to fight or flee. This emotional response has been honed by evolution to ensure your survival in the face of immediate danger. But in the modern world, these responses often get triggered by far less immediate threats. An argument with a loved one, the stress of work, or the fear of social rejection. Your brain, conditioned by thousands of years of evolution, reacts with the same intensity to these non-life-threatening situations, leaving you overwhelmed and out of control. And it's not just fear. Anger, too, is a reaction, not a personal expression of frustration or moral outrage, but a deeply ingrained mechanism for defending yourself against perceived threats. When you feel anger, it is not an isolated personal experience. It is your brain's way of signaling that something is wrong, that you are being threatened in some way. Anger prepares you to take action, to assert your dominance, to protect yourself or your loved ones. It is a tool for survival, a reflex shaped by evolutionary pressures, not an authentic expression of your desires or values. Even emotions like love are not immune to this mechanistic understanding. You believe that love is a deep, unbreakable bond, a connection between souls that transcends time and space. But love, too, is deeply rooted in biology, a survival mechanism designed to encourage bonding, cooperation, and reproduction. When you fall in love, it is not because you have discovered some universal truth about human connection, but because your brain is rewarding you with the release of neurochemicals like oxytocin and dopamine, signaling that you have found a suitable mate with whom to reproduce and raise offspring. Your feelings of affection and attachment are the result of this chemical cocktail, a biological imperative designed to ensure that you and your species continue to survive. Your emotional experience of love is not profound or eternal. It is a conditioned response, a biological drive disguised as something more meaningful. In fact, many of the emotions you experience are not even consciously chosen. They arise automatically in response to external events. Your brain is constantly processing information, reacting to your environment, and adjusting your emotional state accordingly. When you encounter a threat, your brain immediately triggers a fear response. When you experience something pleasurable, your brain rewards you with feelings of joy. You don't consciously decide to be happy, sad, angry, or afraid. These emotions are hardwired into your brain, a set of automatic responses to the stimuli around you. Your emotions are not expressions of your inner self, but reflections of the brain's complex mechanical processes. This mechanistic view of emotion is reinforced by the phenomenon of emotional contagion, the tendency for your emotions to be influenced by the emotions of those around you. When you are in a room with people who are laughing, you are more likely to laugh yourself, even if you don't know why. Similarly, if you are surrounded by anxious or angry individuals, you may find your own mood shifting in response. This emotional synchronization is not a mystical connection between individuals, but a reflection of your brain's tendency to mirror the emotional states of others, a survival mechanism that helps you adapt to your social environment. You are not the autonomous, independent creature you believe yourself to be. Your emotions, your feelings, your sense of self are deeply interconnected with the social and environmental forces that shape your behavior. And yet, despite all of this, you continue to believe that your emotions are uniquely yours, that they are authentic expressions of your inner life. You think that when you feel anger, joy, love, or sadness, these emotions are somehow reflective of your true desires, your unique perspective on the world. But the reality is that your emotions are not yours at all. They are reactions, mechanical processes designed to keep you alive, to protect you, and to ensure the survival of your species. You are not the master of your emotional landscape. You are at the mercy of the brain's automatic responses to the world around you. This realization that your emotions are not deeply personal, but rather biological imperatives designed to influence your behavior, shatters the illusion of free will. If your emotions are not expressions of your true self, but conditioned mechanical reactions, then what does that say about your sense of control over your actions? If love, fear, anger, and joy are not the result of conscious thought, but biological programming, then how much of your life is truly under your control? How much of your emotional experience is dictated by evolutionary forces, by the biology of survival, rather than by your own independent will? If your emotions are not yours, but the product of an ancient automated system designed for survival, then what happens to your sense of agency, your belief in free will, and your perception of yourself as an autonomous being? The mirage of progress, you believe in progress, don't you? The idea that humanity is on a steady, upward trajectory, always improving, always moving forward. You've been taught that civilization has advanced from primitive, barbaric times to a state of enlightenment and sophistication. The past was full of ignorance, suffering, and struggle. But now, in the present, you are part of a world that has overcome those limitations. You think that progress is inevitable, that technology, science, and culture will continue to evolve and improve, that humanity is steadily advancing toward a better, more prosperous future. But what if progress is nothing more than an illusion, a comforting story you tell yourself to distract from the darker truth? That history is cyclical, that civilization is fragile, and that the idea of progress is just a mirage, a fleeting fantasy that masks the reality of human existence. At first glance, progress seems undeniable. Look at the advancements in technology, medicine, and science. You have smartphones in your pocket that connect you to the entire world. You can cure diseases that were once fatal, and you have access to an unprecedented amount of knowledge through the internet. These developments, you might say, are proof that humanity is moving forward, that we are advancing in every sense. But is this progress really a sign of upward movement, or is it merely a shift in focus, a change in the methods by which we manage our existence? Every technological advancement, every scientific discovery seems to come with its own set of problems, its own side effects, and its own contradictions. Take, for example, the advent of the internet. You believe that the internet has brought about an era of unprecedented communication and connectivity, that it has revolutionized the way we work, socialize, and access information. Yet, in many ways, the internet has also created new forms of isolation, misinformation, and manipulation. Social media platforms, which were supposed to connect us, have instead fostered a culture of division, echo chambers, and superficial interactions. The rise of digital technologies has led to an erosion of privacy, the spread of fake news, and a growing sense of disconnection from the real world. What you once considered a leap forward has, in many ways, become a Pandora's box, opening up new problems that you are ill-equipped to handle. Similarly, consider the advances in medicine and public health. You have conquered many of the diseases that plagued previous generations, and life expectancy has steadily risen in many parts of the world. But with this extended life comes new challenges. The rise of chronic diseases, the overpopulation of aging populations, the environmental impact of medical waste, and the ethical dilemmas posed by genetic engineering. Progress in one area often creates new obstacles in another, revealing that what you consider to be progress may simply be an endless cycle of adaptation with no ultimate destination. The idea of progress is particularly flawed when you look at the history of warfare. You believe that humanity has made strides toward peace and harmony, that the horrors of war are slowly becoming a thing of the past. But history tells a different story. The two world wars of the 20th century, perhaps the most devastating conflicts in human history, were followed by a Cold War that brought the world to the brink of nuclear annihilation. Even today, global conflicts continue to rage in places like Syria, Ukraine, and the Sahel region of Africa. You may think that progress means the elimination of war, but in reality, war adapts and evolves with every new technology, and the cycle of violence continues, unaffected by your belief in progress. Philosophers like Albert Schweitzer and Theodore Kaczynski have critiqued the idea of progress, suggesting that the more technologically advanced society becomes, the more it distances itself from its true human nature. Schweitzer argued that as human civilization advances, it increasingly loses touch with its moral and ethical compass, prioritizing efficiency and power over compassion and wisdom. Kaczynski, in his infamous manifesto, argued that the pursuit of technological progress has led to the degradation of the individual, the erosion of freedom, and the destruction of the natural world. According to Kaczynski, the very notion of progress is a form of collective self-deception, a blind march towards self-destruction. But perhaps the most damning critique of progress comes from history itself. When you look at the rise and fall of civilizations, you see a repeating pattern. The rise of great empires, the accumulation of wealth and power, the flourishing of culture and knowledge, followed by decline, decay, and collapse. Ancient Rome, once a beacon of civilization, fell into chaos and ruin. The Maya, whose achievements in architecture and astronomy were unparalleled, mysteriously disappeared. The same patterns can be seen in the decline of other civilizations. Throughout history, every society, no matter how advanced, faces the same eventual fate. It collapses, often due to internal corruption, external invasion, or a combination of both. The cycle of rise and fall does not respect the concept of progress. Societies do not simply advance to a utopian future. They advance, then stagnate, then collapse, and often they collapse with a sense of fatalism and confusion. You live under the illusion that humanity is building towards something greater. But what if you are simply repeating the same patterns that have occurred throughout history? What if your belief in progress is just another way of denying the inevitability of decline, of trying to convince yourself that this time will be different, even though history shows that it never is? The truth is that progress, as you understand, it is an illusion, a comforting story created to help you make sense of an otherwise chaotic, unpredictable world. You have convinced yourself that humanity is moving forward, but history shows that societies rise and fall, cultures flourish and fade, and civilizations implode under the weight of their own excesses. Progress is not linear, it is cyclical, with each moment of apparent advancement inevitably giving way to the inevitable collapse that follows. So what happens when you realize that the very idea of progress, this story you have built to give your life meaning, is a mirage? What happens when you understand that you are not part of an inevitable march toward improvement, but rather a fleeting blip in a cycle that will repeat long after you are gone? If progress is an illusion, what does that mean for your efforts, your desires, and your belief in a better future? What if the progress you cling to is nothing more than a comforting fiction, a story invented to obscure the terrifying truth that everything, no matter how much you try to improve it, is doomed to decay and collapse? The futility of legacy. You are told that the greatest achievement you can attain in life is to leave a legacy, to build something lasting, something that will outlive you. Society encourages you to work tirelessly, to accumulate wealth, to create works of art, to have children, to build a name for yourself, all in the hope that your legacy will endure, that the mark you leave on the world will survive your death. You cling to the belief that, through your actions, you can achieve immortality in the minds of others, that your contributions will continue to resonate long after you are gone. But what if legacy is nothing more than a delusion, a cruel trick? Your mind plays on you to stave off the terror of mortality. What if all the things you believe will preserve your existence, your achievements, your reputation, your creations, are destined to fade away, lost in the sands of time, never to be remembered? The desire for legacy is deeply ingrained in human nature. From ancient rulers to modern-day celebrities, individuals have sought to be remembered, to leave something behind that will make them immortal. But history has shown that even the greatest legacies eventually erode. Take the great empires of the past, Rome, Egypt, the Aztecs, whose rulers were once celebrated and whose civilizations seemed invincible. These empires are now nothing more than ruins, their grand achievements reduced to dust, their names fading into obscurity. Even the most powerful individuals, the ones who shaped the course of history, eventually fade from memory. Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, Cleopatra, all once giants whose legacies were thought to be eternal, are now distant names in textbooks, their true identities obscured by the passing of time. The rise and fall of civilizations is a reminder that even the most enduring legacies are not immune to the ravages of time. Great works of art, literature, and architecture may survive for centuries, but they eventually succumb to the forces of decay. The pyramids of Egypt, which once symbolized the eternal power of the pharaohs, are eroding under the harsh desert winds. The Sistine Chapel, a masterpiece of Renaissance art, will eventually fall victim to the passage of time, its colors fading and its walls cracking. The works of the greatest minds, Shakespeare, Aristotle, Einstein, will one day be forgotten, their names and ideas swallowed up by the inevitable entropy of the universe. Even the greatest accomplishments, the legacies that you strive to build, will eventually dissolve into nothingness. But it is not just the empires and monuments of history that fade. The very people who build them are forgotten as well. You may be remembered for a time. Your name may be spoken by those who loved you, by the people who knew you, by the generations who benefit from your work. But how long will that memory last? How long will it take before the world forgets who you were, what you did, and why it mattered? You may think that your children, your family, or your friends will carry on your legacy, that they will honor your memory and pass it down to future generations. But even the memories of your closest loved ones will eventually fade. The passing of time dulls the sharpest recollections, and with each generation that comes and goes, the memory of you becomes more distant, more fragmented, until it is lost entirely. Even the most enduring aspects of human existence, language, culture, religion, are subject to the forces of time. Languages evolve and change. Words that were once essential to communication become obsolete, and entire cultures fade into history. The religions and philosophies that once provided meaning to millions of people are eventually supplanted by new ideas, new systems of belief, and new ways of understanding the world. The very concepts that define your identity, your language, your culture, your sense of self, are not fixed. They are subject to the changing tides of history. And when those changes occur, when the world moves on to something new, your legacy, your identity, will fade along with it. The inevitability of this erasure is perhaps most clearly illustrated by the concept of entropy, the second law of thermodynamics, which states that all systems tend toward disorder over time. Everything you create, every structure you build, every relationship you form is subject to this principle. Over time, things fall apart, buildings crumble, relationships dissolve, memories fade, and even the universe itself is moving toward eventual decay. The idea of legacy, of leaving something behind that will endure forever, is in direct conflict with this universal law. No matter how grand your achievements or how noble your intentions, they are ultimately doomed to decay, lost to the relentless march of time. Even the memory of you, the legacy you hope to build, is fragile. You may think that your name will live on forever, that future generations will remember your contributions, your accomplishments, your essence. But the reality is far more sobering. The world is vast, and human memory is limited. Entire civilizations have been forgotten, their legacies erased by the sands of time. The achievements of countless individuals, once considered monumental, are now lost to history, their names known only to a few scholars or forgotten altogether. What makes you think that your own legacy will be any different? And yet, in the face of this inevitable erasure, you continue to chase after legacy, to build something that will outlast you, to create meaning where none truly exists. You pour your energy into projects, relationships, and ideas, believing that these things will preserve your existence, that they will somehow immortalize you. But what you fail to realize is that legacy, like everything else, is transient. It is a fleeting illusion, a desperate attempt to outrun the inevitable. When you die, your legacy will fade, your memory will slip into the void, and the world will continue on without you, indifferent to your existence. So what does this mean for you, for the life you are living now? If legacy is a mirage, if the things you build are doomed to crumble, then what is the purpose of all the striving, all the effort, all the energy you invest in creating something that will outlast you? What happens when you confront the futility of legacy, the terrifying truth that everything you create will eventually be lost, forgotten, and erased by time? What remains when you realize that no matter how hard you try, no matter how much you accomplish, the universe will eventually Forget you and everything you've done. Is there any meaning to be found in a life that will ultimately leave no trace, no legacy, no mark on the world? The fallacy of identity. You live your life with the comforting belief that you are an individual, that you have an identity that defines you. You see yourself as distinct from others, a unique person with your own thoughts, desires, and experiences. Your name, your face, your memories, and your personality, all of these combine to form your sense of self, your identity. You believe that this self is the core of your existence, the one thing that remains constant amidst all the changes in your life. But what if this belief in identity is a fallacy, a deeply ingrained illusion that prevents you from seeing the truth about yourself and the world around you? The idea of a fixed, unchanging identity is so deeply embedded in your consciousness that you rarely question it. You feel like a cohesive, singular I, a person who is the same throughout time, despite the various experiences and changes that shape your life. But when you look more closely, you begin to realize that identity is not a solid, stable thing at all. It is a fluid, ever-changing construct, constantly being shaped and reshaped by the events of your life, the people you encounter, and the roles you play. You are not a single, permanent entity. You are a collection of shifting identities, a mosaic of thoughts, feelings, and experiences that constantly change, often without your awareness. The philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre argued that existence precedes essence, meaning that you are not born with an inherent identity, but rather you create yourself through your actions and choices. This concept challenges the traditional idea of a fixed identity, suggesting that you are constantly in the process of becoming, constantly reshaping who you are. Every moment you live, every decision you make, influences your sense of self, creating an identity that is never truly stable. Your personality, your desires, your beliefs, they are not permanent traits, but products of a complex interplay between your biology, your environment, and your experiences. This fluidity of identity is further revealed by the phenomenon of role-playing. Throughout your life, you play many different roles. You are a child, a parent, a student, a friend, a worker. Each of these roles is tied to a specific set of expectations, behaviors, and attitudes, and each role shapes your identity in a different way. When you step into the role of a parent, for example, you take on new responsibilities and adopt new behaviors that reflect your position. The same happens when you step into the role of a worker, a partner, or a leader. These roles are not fixed. They shift and evolve as you move through different stages of life, and they often conflict with one another. The you who exists in one context may be very different from the you who exists in another. This role-playing creates a fractured sense of self, one that is constantly changing and adapting to the circumstances in which you find yourself. Even your memories, which you rely on to form a coherent narrative of who you are unreliable and distorted. Psychologists have long known that memories are not static, objective records of past events. They are malleable, constantly reshaped and reinterpreted as you revisit them. Every time you recall an event, you alter it slightly, adding new details or changing old ones. The more you think about your past, the more it becomes a reconstruction, a reimagining of what happened, rather than an accurate reflection of reality. Your memories are not fixed. They are subjective, shaped by your current beliefs, emotions, and experiences. This means that the you who exists in your memories is not the same as the you who exists in the present moment. Your identity is constantly shifting, not just in the present, but in the past as well. The concept of self is also called into question by the phenomenon of self-deception. You may think that you know yourself, that you understand your motivations, desires, and behaviors, but in reality, much of your identity is shaped by unconscious processes. You are often unaware of the true reasons behind your actions, your choices, and your feelings. Your brain is constantly interpreting your behavior and making sense of your experiences in ways that are not fully accessible to your conscious mind. You may believe that you are acting according to your own free will, but much of what you do is influenced by hidden biases, past experiences, and social conditioning. The self you think you know is not the full picture. It is a partial, distorted version of who you are, shaped by forces outside of your awareness. In addition to this internal fluidity, your identity is also shaped by external factors. Society, culture, and relationships play a major role in defining who you are. From the moment you are born, you are conditioned by the expectations and norms of the society around you. You are told who you should be, what you should value, and how you should behave. These external influences shape your sense of self, often in ways that you are not consciously aware of. The identities you adopt, whether based on gender, race, nationality, or profession, are not inherent to who you are, but are socially constructed labels that you accept and internalize. Your identity is not your own. It is shaped by the society you live in, by the roles you are assigned, and by the expectations that are placed upon you. The concept of identity is further complicated by the idea of self-othering, the tendency for individuals to define themselves in opposition to others. In order to understand who you are, you create distinctions between yourself and others, between us and them, between your group and their group. These distinctions are not based on inherent qualities, but are socially constructed, often reinforcing stereotypes and prejudices. The idea of a fixed, stable self is undermined by the reality that your identity is, in part, defined by who you are not, by the categories and groups you are excluded from. Your sense of self is not only fluid and fragmented, it is constantly in flux, shaped by external forces and by your relationships with others. What does this mean for you, for the life you are living? If your identity is not fixed, if it is not something you can rely on as a stable foundation, then who are you, really? If your sense of self is a shifting, fluid construct, constantly shaped by your experiences, your roles, your memories, and your social context, then what remains of the you that you think you know? If your identity is constantly changing, constantly adapting to new circumstances, then is there anything that is truly you at all? What happens when you confront the reality that your identity, the very thing that you believe defines you, is nothing more than a temporary, fragile construction shaped by countless forces both inside and outside of yourself? The paradox of awareness. You pride yourself on your awareness. You believe that your consciousness, your ability to think, to reflect, to question, is what makes you truly human. It is through awareness that you understand the world, that you experience life, that you make decisions and forge your path. But what if awareness itself, the very thing that you hold most dear, is a paradox, a twisted, unfathomable riddle that both illuminates and obscures your existence? What if the more aware you become, the less you truly understand, and the more you realize that your awareness is not a gift, but a burden? At first, the concept of awareness seems simple. You are aware of your surroundings, aware of your thoughts, aware of your feelings. You are conscious of your existence, of the world around you, and of your place within it. You experience life through the lens of awareness. Your thoughts, your sensations, your perceptions, all filtered through the faculty of consciousness. But when you delve deeper into the nature of awareness, you begin to realize that it is far more elusive than you imagined. Awareness is not a passive, static experience. It is an active process that constantly shapes your perception of reality. Consider the hard problem of consciousness, as philosopher David Chalmers calls it, the question of how and why subjective experience arises from physical processes in the brain. The fact that you are aware of your own existence, that you can reflect on your thoughts and feelings, is something that science cannot fully explain. Your brain can process information, make decisions, and carry out actions, but it does not explain how you feel these actions or why you experience a sense of self at all. The very fact that you are aware of your awareness is a paradox. Your mind can know itself, but it can never fully understand why it knows itself, or how this awareness comes to be in the first place. In fact, the more you reflect on the nature of awareness, the more you begin to unravel a fundamental contradiction. If awareness is the key to understanding the world, why does it so often lead to confusion and uncertainty? The more aware you become of the world, the more you see its flaws, its contradictions, its incomprehensible complexities. Awareness does not bring you clarity. It brings you doubt, discomfort, and disillusionment. The more you understand about the universe, the more you realize how little you truly know. The more you search for meaning, the more you uncover the terrifying fact that meaning is elusive, subjective, and fleeting. The more you try to understand yourself, the more you discover that you are not a stable, coherent entity, but a collection of fragmented thoughts, desires, and perceptions. This paradox of awareness is most clearly illustrated in the phenomenon of cognitive dissonance. When you become aware of a truth that conflicts with your beliefs or desires, you experience a deep sense of discomfort. This discomfort drives you to either reject the truth or rationalize it, even though you know, deep down, that it contradicts your previous understanding. You are aware that the truth is there, but your mind cannot fully accept it, cannot fully reconcile it with your existing worldview. This conflict between awareness and acceptance creates a sense of mental tension, a paradox in which you are acutely aware of something, but unable or unwilling to fully grasp it. Consider, too, the nature of self-awareness. You believe that your awareness of yourself, the fact that you can think about your thoughts, question your existence, and reflect on your behavior, is a unique and powerful trait. But in reality, self-awareness can be a curse. The more you become aware of yourself, the more you see your own flaws, your contradictions, and your limitations. You are constantly aware of your inadequacies, your desires, your fears, and your inability to control them. The more you know about yourself, the more you realize how little control you have over your thoughts and actions. You are trapped in a cycle of self-reflection, forever searching for meaning, for answers, but never fully finding them. The awareness of your own existence does not bring you peace. It brings you anxiety, doubt, and an unending search for purpose. Even the act of perceiving the world is riddled with paradox. Your senses, which you rely on to navigate the world, are inherently unreliable. Your eyes, for example, do not see the world as it truly is. They only receive light, which is then processed and interpreted by your brain. What you see is not the object itself, but a reconstruction, a mental image created by your brain based on sensory input and prior experience. In fact, the brain actively fills in gaps, makes predictions, and sometimes distorts reality to create a coherent image of the world. Your perception of reality is not objective. It is subjective, shaped by your past experiences, your beliefs, and your desires. What you see is not the truth of the world, but a filtered version of it, shaped by your mind. This paradox extends to your very understanding of time. You experience time as a continuous flow, moving from past to present to future. You believe that time is a fixed, linear progression, but in reality, your perception of time is anything but constant. Studies in psychology have shown that your sense of time can be distorted by factors such as attention, emotion, and memory. When you are focused on something, time seems to fly by, while in moments of boredom or anxiety, time seems to stretch endlessly. Your perception of time is not a reliable measure of its passage. It is a fluid, subjective experience that is constantly shifting based on your internal state. In the grand scheme of the universe, the paradox of awareness becomes even more profound. You live your life thinking that you are aware of the world, that you understand it, that you can control it. But the reality is that your awareness is limited, incomplete, and often unreliable. Your mind filters and distorts the world around you, creating a version of reality that is tailored to your needs, your desires, and your survival instincts. You are trapped in your own perception, unable to break free from the limitations of your consciousness. The more you become aware of the world, the more you realize how little you truly know. how much of reality lies beyond your grasp? What happens when you confront the fact that your awareness is not the key to understanding the universe, but a flawed, subjective process that distorts and limits your perception of reality? What happens when you accept that the more you know, the less you understand, and the more you question, the less certain you become? What happens when you realize that awareness itself, the very thing that you hold most dear, only deepens the paradox of existence, leading you not to answers, but to more questions, more confusion, and more uncertainty? The disappearance of the present. You live your life in the present moment, or at least, that is what you believe. You experience time as a continuous flow from the past to the future, with the present being the fleeting point at which your life unfolds. You believe that the present is the only moment that truly matters, the only moment in which you can act, think, and experience. But what if the present, the very thing you hold most dear, the one constant in your experience, is an illusion, a fleeting, elusive concept that dissolves as soon as you try to grasp it? At first, the present seems simple enough. It is the moment you live in, the now, the only real part of your existence. You experience it directly, without mediation, without delay. The present is immediate, here and now. But if you pause for a moment and reflect, you begin to realize that the present, as you experience it, is constantly slipping away. You cannot hold on to it. The very moment you think of it as the present, it becomes the past. You are forever chasing an elusive point that seems to slip further away with each passing second. Consider the phenomenon of temporal binding. Studies in neuroscience have shown that the brain processes sensory information with a slight delay, meaning that the present moment you experience is actually a reconstruction, a moment that has already passed by the time you are consciously aware of it. This delay, though tiny, often on the order of milliseconds, means that your experience of the present is not as immediate as it feels. Your brain is constantly behind reality, reconstructing the present moment based on previous information. In a sense, you are never truly in the now. You are always living in the immediate past, a fraction of a second behind what is actually happening. The present, as you experience it, is already gone. This delay becomes even more apparent when you think about the nature of perception. What you see is not the world as it truly is, but an interpretation of it that is shaped by your brain's processing. Your eyes capture light and send signals to your brain, but your brain doesn't experience this light directly. It interprets the signals and creates an image of the world based on prior experience and predictions. In fact, the image you see is often a few milliseconds behind the actual event. This lag, though imperceptible, highlights the disconnect between your perception and reality, revealing that even your experience of the present is a delayed, reconstructed version of what's actually happening. You may also notice that your experience of time itself is subjective. The present moment, the now, feels different depending on your emotional state and your level of focus. When you are engaged in an activity you enjoy, time seems to fly by, slipping through your fingers before you can fully appreciate it. But when you are bored or anxious, time seems to drag, stretching out endlessly, making each second feel like an eternity. Your perception of time is not an accurate reflection of the present moment. It is shaped by your emotions, your mental state, and your expectations. The more you try to focus on the present, the more elusive it becomes. Even in moments when you feel most present, most aware, the present is already slipping away. You may be engrossed in a conversation, lost in a moment of joy, or immersed in a work of art. And in that moment, you feel as though you are fully living in the present. But even then, the moment is already gone, already relegated to memory. You experience the present not as it is, but as a memory of the present, a reconstruction of events that have already passed. The present is constantly vanishing, leaving only fragments of experience that fade into the past. This paradox of time, the disappearance of the present, has been explored by philosophers for centuries. Henri Bergson, a French philosopher, famously argued that time, as we experience it, is not the same as measured time, the linear, mechanical time used by clocks and calendars. According to Bergson, the experience of the present moment, what he called la durée, is fluid, subjective, and constantly evolving. Time, in this sense, cannot be captured by the rigid, mechanical measurements of a clock. The present is not a fixed point in time, but a constantly shifting, fluid experience that is impossible to pin down. Bergson's view challenges the conventional understanding of time as a straight line, where the present is a point between the past and the future. Instead, he suggests that time is a continuous flow, where the present moment is always in motion, always slipping away into the past. The more you try to focus on it, the more it recedes, just out of reach. The vanishing present also exposes the illusory nature of control. You believe that you can act in the present, that you can make choices and decisions that will shape your future. But what if your sense of control is just another illusion? Your experience of the present is always mediated by the past, the memories, the biases, and the expectations that shape your perception of reality. Even in the most immediate moments of decision, your choices are not entirely yours. They are influenced by a lifetime of experiences, a constant flow of unconscious thoughts, and the patterns your brain has learned to follow. Your sense of agency, your belief that you are controlling the present moment, is a trick your mind plays on you, a comforting narrative that hides the true complexity of how decisions are made. In the face of this paradox, you may begin to question whether the present ever truly exists at all. Is it possible to truly live in the present, or are you always caught between the past and the future, chasing a moment that is forever slipping through your fingers? The more you try to grasp it, the more it fades away, leaving you with nothing but the fragments of your experience, forever out of reach. What happens when you confront the fact that the present moment you hold so dearly, the one thing that you believe defines your life, is constantly vanishing, slipping away before you can fully experience it? What happens when you realize that the present is not a fixed point in time, but a fleeting illusion that disappears the moment you try to hold onto it? The lie of continuity. You live your life under the comforting belief that there is a thread of continuity that ties everything together, that the you who existed in the past is the same you who exists now, and that you will continue to exist in the future. This sense of continuity is the foundation of your identity. It is what allows you to feel as though your life has meaning, that your actions have consequences, and that your experiences are part of a coherent story. But what if continuity itself is an illusion, a false narrative constructed by your mind to give you the illusion of stability? What if the you who existed yesterday is no more the same as the you who exists today than the person you were a year ago? What if you are, in fact, nothing more than a collection of disconnected moments with no real continuity between them? At first, the idea of continuity seems self-evident. You remember your past, you anticipate your future, and you believe that these moments are connected by the thread of your consciousness. You assume that your identity is built upon a continuous timeline, that the person you were yesterday is the same as the person you are today, and that your future self will be just a continuation of who you are now. But this assumption breaks down when you examine it more closely. If you really think about it, you realize that you are not the same person from one moment to the next. Your body is constantly changing, your thoughts are constantly evolving, and even your memories are in flux. The person you were 5 years ago is a stranger to you now, and in 5 years, the person you are today will likely seem distant and foreign. This illusion of continuity is rooted in the way your brain processes time. You have a sense of the self, because your brain assembles a narrative that links your experiences together, creating the illusion of a continuous, coherent identity. But in reality, this narrative is constructed by your brain in the present moment, based on fragmented memories and sensory information. Your brain constantly rewrites the story of who you are, filling in gaps, creating connections, and smoothing over contradictions, But these connections are tenuous at best, and your sense of continuity is based on a story your brain tells itself, not an unbroken reality. The philosopher Heraclitus in ancient Greece famously said, "You cannot step into the same river twice." What he meant was that everything in life is in constant flux. The river you step into today is not the same as the river you step into tomorrow, because everything is constantly changing. The same is true for you. The self you experience today is not the same self you experienced yesterday. Your body is constantly shedding and regenerating cells. Your mind is constantly processing new information, and your emotional state is in constant flux. The sense of continuity you feel is a construction, a mental model created by your brain to maintain the illusion of stability. Consider the way your brain forms memories. Memories are not fixed, static recordings of past events. They are dynamic, reconstructive processes that are shaped by your current state of mind. Every time you recall a memory, you alter it slightly. You may forget details or reinterpret events based on your current beliefs or emotions. This means that your memories are not objective records of the past, but are filtered through the lens of your present consciousness. The memories you rely on to create a sense of continuity in your life are not reliable. They are constantly shifting, constantly being rewritten by your brain. What you think of as your past is not a coherent, unbroken timeline, but a collection of fragmented, subjective recollections that are shaped by the ever-changing present. Even more unsettling is the fact that you cannot truly experience the present moment as it is. Your brain processes sensory information with a delay, meaning that by the time you become aware of a moment, that moment has already passed. You experience the present not as it happens, but as a reconstruction, a delayed version of reality that your brain assembles after the fact. The present you experience is always a few moments behind the reality you live in, further blurring the line between past, present, and future. In this sense, the very continuity you rely on is an illusion, a trick your brain plays on you to create a sense of stability. Consider the way you experience time itself. You believe that time moves forward in a linear fashion, from past to present to future. This sense of time as a continuous, linear flow is central to your understanding of reality. But this belief breaks down when you look at the way the brain processes time. The experience of time is subjective. It is shaped by your attention, your emotions, and your cognitive state. What feels like an hour may be experienced as a mere few minutes if you are engaged in something enjoyable, or it may stretch endlessly if you are bored or anxious. Your perception of time is not a reflection of an objective, external reality, but a subjective experience shaped by your mind. In this way, the very concept of time is tied to the illusion of continuity. Your mind's attempt to create a coherent narrative of events that are, in fact, fragmented and fleeting. Even the way you understand your sense of self is influenced by this illusion. Your identity, your self, is not a permanent, fixed entity, but a constantly changing process. You may think of yourself as a stable, unchanging person, but the reality is that your self is fluid, constantly shifting with every new experience, every new thought, every new emotion. The continuity you experience is merely a story your brain tells you to help you make sense of the chaos of your existence. It is a way to maintain a sense of stability in an inherently unstable world. The realization that continuity is an illusion can be profoundly unsettling. If your sense of self is not continuous, if your memories are unreliable, and if the present moment is always slipping away, then what remains of your identity? What happens when you accept that the you who exists now is not the same you who existed in the past and will not be the same you in the future? If continuity is an illusion, if everything is in constant flux, then what is the true nature of the self? What happens when you come to terms with the terrifying truth that the identity you hold so dearly, the sense of being a continuous, stable I, is a fragile, fleeting construct, constantly reshaped by the forces of time, memory, and perception? The illusion of attention. You believe that you are in control of your attention, that when you focus on something, you are fully engaged with it, that your awareness is sharp, and that your mind is in your command. You think of attention as a faculty that allows you to direct your consciousness, to choose where to place your focus, and to be present in the world. But what if attention itself is an illusion, a trick your mind plays on you to make you feel in control? When in reality, your attention is constantly being pulled by unseen forces, shaped by biases, distractions, and the very architecture of your brain. At first, attention seems like a straightforward concept. You focus on something, an object, a person, a task, and you believe you are fully engaged with it. You direct your thoughts and actions to the object of your focus, and you think that this attention is an active, conscious choice. But the reality is far more complicated. Your brain is constantly processing an overwhelming amount of information, and most of it is outside the realm of your conscious awareness. You cannot possibly attend to everything around you, so your brain filters and prioritizes what you think is important. But this filtering process is not as under your control as you imagine. Your attention is shaped by unconscious processes, external stimuli, and the biases built into your brain. Consider the phenomenon of inattentional blindness. You are familiar with the idea that when you focus on something, you may miss other things happening around you. But what if you miss things even when you think you are paying attention? In a famous experiment, participants were asked to watch a video of people passing a basketball and to count the number of passes. In the middle of the video, a person in a gorilla costume walks into the scene and stands still for several seconds. But only a small percentage of viewers noticed the gorilla. They were so focused on counting passes that they missed a large, glaring anomaly right in front of them. This experiment shows that even when you think you are paying attention, your mind is often blind to things right in front of you. Focus is not as precise or as under your control as you believe. This limitation is a result of the brain's cognitive load. Your brain cannot process all the sensory information around you in real time, so it selectively attends to a fraction of that information. The things you focus on are influenced by what you deem important, whether that is driven by your goals, your interests, or external cues. And this means that the rest of the world fades into the background, unnoticed. You may believe that you are experiencing reality directly, but in fact, you are only experiencing a small fraction of it, shaped by the biases and limitations of your attention. Your brain is constantly prioritizing information, even when you think you are fully engaged with what is happening. This selective nature of attention is not just about external stimuli. It is also about the internal world of thoughts, emotions, and desires. Your attention is shaped by your feelings, your expectations, and your pre-existing beliefs. When you are anxious, for example, your brain is more likely to focus on threats or dangers in the environment, amplifying your sense of unease. When you are excited or happy, your attention gravitates toward positive stimuli, reinforcing your emotional state. Your mind is not an objective observer of reality. It is a biased, selective processor of information, shaped by the emotional and cognitive filters it applies to your experience. The illusion of control over attention is further complicated by the modern world of constant distractions. In today's society, you are bombarded with stimuli from every direction. Social media notifications, news updates, advertisements, phone calls, emails, and a million other distractions that constantly pull your attention away from what you are doing. Your ability to focus deeply on any one thing is constantly challenged by the demands of modern life. You may believe that you are choosing to attend to certain things, but in reality, your attention is often hijacked by external factors that you cannot control. Your sense of agency over your attention is an illusion. You are constantly at the mercy of external cues and internal impulses that shape where your focus goes. Even in your moments of supposed focus, your attention is divided. You may think you are fully engaged in an activity, but studies have shown that your mind frequently drifts, even during tasks that require concentration. This phenomenon, known as mind wandering, occurs when your attention shifts away from the task at hand and drifts to unrelated thoughts, memories, or fantasies. Research has shown that mind wandering happens at least 30–50% of the time during daily activities, even during tasks that require focused attention. This reveals that your attention is not fully under your control. It constantly flits between the present moment and distractions, whether internal or external. You are not as present as you think you are. The illusion of attention is also highlighted by the spotlight theory of perception. You think of your attention as a focused beam of light, illuminating one object or thought at a time, while everything else fades into the background. But the reality is far more complex. Your attention is not a spotlight. It is a dynamic, shifting process that constantly moves from one object to another, often without your conscious awareness. Your mind is constantly scanning the environment, processing information, and shifting its focus depending on internal and external cues. You are not a passive observer of reality, nor are you in full control of where your attention goes. You are a participant in a constant dance of selection and distraction, with your focus moving unpredictably between different stimuli. The most unsettling aspect of this is that your sense of reality is largely shaped by what you attend to. Your perception of the world is filtered through the lens of your attention. If your attention is focused on a particular event, person, or object, that is what you experience as real. But reality, as it exists in its totality, is far more complex and multifaceted than you can ever fully perceive. You experience only a fragment of it, shaped by your limited attention. The world is vast, and your mind cannot take in all of it. It focuses on certain aspects, while the rest fades into the background, invisible to you. What happens when you realize that the very thing you rely on to experience the world, your attention, is not under your control, is constantly shifting, and is shaped by unconscious forces beyond your awareness? What happens when you understand that your perception of reality is a construct, filtered and limited by the constant fluctuations of your attention, and that the truth of your experience is only a tiny fraction of what actually exists? If attention is not the focused, controlled process you believe it to be, but a fragmented, distracted, and biased experience, what does that say about your grasp on reality itself? The mirage of control. You believe that you are in control of your life. You think that you make decisions, that your actions are driven by your will, that you steer the course of your existence with intention and purpose. You believe that you are the captain of your fate, the architect of your destiny, able to shape the world according to your desires. But what if this belief in control is nothing more than an illusion, a fragile, comforting story that hides the truth? What if the reality is that you are not in control at all, but are merely reacting to forces that are far beyond your understanding, forces that shape your thoughts, your desires, and your actions without your awareness? At first, the idea of control seems fundamental to your sense of agency. You wake up each day and make decisions. You choose your actions, your goals, your relationships. You feel that your choices are yours alone, that you are actively shaping your life through the decisions you make. But when you look closer, you begin to realize how little control you truly have. Most of your decisions are not conscious, deliberate choices, but are instead influenced by unconscious processes that lie beneath the surface of your awareness. Consider the concept of decision fatigue, a phenomenon in which the more decisions you make throughout the day, the harder it becomes to make sound choices. Your mind becomes exhausted, and your ability to make rational decisions diminishes. What you may not realize is that many of the choices you think you are making are influenced by external factors, by the environment around you, and by the internal patterns of thought that you have developed over a lifetime. Your brain is constantly drawing on past experiences, emotional reactions, and subconscious biases to guide your choices. In many cases, you may feel like you are making a decision, but in reality, your decision is being made by patterns and influences that you are not even aware of. Research in psychology has shown that much of your behavior is governed by automatic processes, shaped by the unconscious mind. You may believe that you are making choices based on logic and reason, But in reality, your decisions are often influenced by implicit biases, past experiences, and external cues that you are not aware of. These unconscious influences can shape your preferences, your opinions, and your behavior in ways that are outside of your control. For example, studies have shown that people are more likely to make certain choices based on how information is framed, whether it is presented in a positive or negative light, than on the actual content of that information. This reveals that much of your decision-making is not as rational or as controlled as you believe. Your sense of control is also undermined by the phenomenon of choice overload. In modern life, you are constantly faced with an overwhelming number of choices, everything, from the clothes you wear to the food you eat, to the career path you follow. The paradox is that the more choices you have, the more difficult it becomes to make a decision, and the less satisfied you are with the choices you make. You may think that having more options gives you more control over your life, but in reality, it creates confusion, anxiety, and dissatisfaction. The sheer number of choices available to you can paralyze you, preventing you from making decisions at all, and leading to a sense of helplessness. But it is not just external influences that shape your sense of control. It is also the very way your brain works. Your brain is constantly processing information and making decisions without your conscious awareness. Much of your thinking, your judgments, and your problem solving are the result of automatic mental processes that operate below the level of conscious thought. These processes are influenced by your experiences, your beliefs, and your emotions, and they often guide your actions in ways that you do not fully understand. Your mind is not a clear, rational decision-making machine, but a complex web of neural circuits, each with its own biases and influences. In many cases, you are not making decisions at all. Your brain is simply following pre-programmed patterns, reacting to stimuli without your conscious input. The illusion of control is also reflected in the way you perceive the future. You believe that your actions now will determine the outcome of your life, that by making the right choices, you can shape your destiny. But the future is not as predictable as you imagine. The complexity of the world, the unpredictability of events, and the vast number of variables that influence your life make it impossible to fully control what happens next. You may plan and work toward a specific goal, but unforeseen circumstances, random events, and the actions of others can completely derail your plans. In fact, studies have shown that people who focus too much on controlling their future are often less satisfied and less successful in life because they fail to adapt to the unpredictable nature of existence. Even the concept of free will, which you believe gives you control over your actions, is called into question by recent research in neuroscience. Studies have shown that your brain makes decisions before you are consciously aware of them. In one famous experiment conducted by Benjamin Libet in the 1980s, participants were asked to make a simple movement, such as pressing a button, while their brain activity was measured. The results showed that the brain decided to move the finger several hundred milliseconds before the participant became consciously aware of the decision to act. This suggests that the conscious mind is not the true initiator of actions, but rather the observer of decisions already made by unconscious processes. The illusion of free will, then, is not a reflection of true control, but a retrospective narrative your brain constructs to explain the actions it has already taken. In light of this, the idea that you are in control of your life becomes increasingly tenuous. You are not making decisions in isolation. Your choices are shaped by unconscious processes, external influences, and random events that are beyond your control. The belief that you can shape your destiny, that you are the author of your own fate, is an illusion, a comforting narrative you tell yourself to cope with the chaos and uncertainty of life. What happens when you realize that the control you believe you have over your life is a myth, that your decisions are not as autonomous as you thought, and that your sense of agency is merely a construct of your mind? What happens when you accept that your life is shaped not by your conscious will, but by forces beyond your control, both inside and outside of you? If control is an illusion, then what does that say about the decisions you make, the path you follow, and the sense of purpose you've spent your life constructing? What happens when you accept that the narrative of control is nothing more than a comforting fiction designed to mask the terrifying truth of how little you actually control? The disintegration of memory. You rely on your memory to make sense of your life. You believe that your memories are a reliable record of your experiences, the key to understanding who you are, where you've been, and what you've accomplished. Memories give you continuity. They allow you to weave a coherent narrative of your existence. But what if memory, the very foundation upon which you build your sense of self, is not a reliable archive at all, but a fluid, ever-changing process, distorted by time, emotions, and the biases of your brain? What if your memories, the things you hold most dearly, are not fixed, but are constantly shifting, eroding, and disintegrating over time? At first, the idea of memory seems simple. You remember events, places, people, and feelings. These memories form the core of your personal history, the story of your life. But the more you look into the nature of memory, the more you realize how fragile and unreliable it truly is. Memories are not perfect recordings of the past. They are reconstructive processes, subject to distortion and manipulation. Every time you recall a memory, you alter it slightly. New details are added, old ones are forgotten, and the original context becomes blurred. Your brain does not simply store information. It reconstructs it each time you remember it, filling in gaps, changing details, and altering emotions to fit your current state of mind. This reconstruction process is not a random occurrence. It is shaped by unconscious biases, external influences, and your brain's need to make sense of the world. Studies in cognitive psychology have shown that memory is highly malleable, influenced by the way you ask questions, the way you perceive events, and even by the emotions you experience at the time. In one famous experiment conducted by Elizabeth Loftus, participants were shown a video of a car accident and then asked leading questions about the event. The way the questions were phrased influenced how participants remembered the accident, with some participants recalling details that were never present in the video, such as broken glass, even though no glass was ever seen. This demonstrates how memory can be altered by suggestion and how your memories are not fixed but are subject to manipulation by external forces. The reliability of memory is further complicated by the phenomenon of false memories. You may think that you remember events exactly as they happened, but in reality, many of your memories are completely fabricated. Research has shown that it is remarkably easy to implant false memories in people, leading them to believe they experienced events that never occurred. These false memories can be vivid, detailed, and emotionally intense, and the person may have no idea that they are not true. This phenomenon reveals that your memories are not the direct record of reality that you think they are, but are instead constructions created by your brain, shaped by your beliefs, emotions, and experiences. Even more unsettling is the fact that your brain actively forgets details, removing or distorting information that no longer seems useful or relevant. This selective forgetting is a defense mechanism designed to protect you from emotional distress, trauma, and cognitive overload. When you experience something painful or traumatic, your brain may suppress the memory, preventing you from fully experiencing the pain. But this suppression comes at a cost. Over time, you lose access to details, to pieces of your past that you may never recover, the memories that you believe define you. The moments that you think are integral to your identity may be incomplete, distorted, or entirely lost. In fact, the more you try to hold on to your memories, the more they slip away. The act of remembering is itself an imperfect process. The more you recall something, the more likely it is to be altered, reshaped, or forgotten entirely. The phenomenon of reminiscence bump shows that people are more likely to vividly recall events that happened during their adolescence and early adulthood. This suggests that the memories that define your sense of self, the ones you cling to most tightly, are not necessarily the most accurate. They are the memories that your brain has prioritized, that have been shaped and reshaped over time, not the raw, unaltered experiences. But memory does not just fade with time, It actively changes and deteriorates, a process known as memory decay. Over the years, you lose access to older memories, and those you still recall become less clear, less detailed. Even your most cherished memories, the ones you return to over and over, are altered by the passage of time. What you remember from your childhood is not the exact, unchanging record of events. It is a version of the past, shaped by your current beliefs, experiences, and emotional state. The further you look into your past, the more you realize that what you remember may not be what actually happened. This disintegration of memory extends to your sense of self. You believe that the person you are today is the same person you were yesterday and the person you were years ago. Your memories create a continuous narrative of your identity, a story that makes sense of your life. But what happens when you realize that this narrative is not fixed, but is constantly changing, constantly rewritten by the act of remembering? The person you think you are, the identity you hold on to so tightly, is not the stable, continuous self you believe it to be. It is a collection of fragmented, distorted memories, constantly shifting with each recollection. What does it mean for you when you realize that your memories, the very things you rely on to understand who you are not reliable, not fixed, and not even yours to control? What happens when you understand that the narrative you've built about yourself, the story that defines your existence, is based on memories that are constantly shifting, deteriorating, and vanishing? If your memories are not true, if they are not the stable, coherent record of your past that you've believed them to be, then who are you really? What remains of your sense of self when the foundation you've built your identity on begins to crumble and fade? The paradox of knowing you think you know the world, that your intellect and understanding give you mastery over the vast, complex universe. You are proud of your knowledge, believing that with each fact you uncover, each theory you comprehend, you are drawing closer to the truth, to a fuller understanding of existence. But what if the very act of knowing is a paradox, a trap that keeps you from truly understanding anything? What if the more you know, the less you actually understand, and the more aware you become of the limitations of your knowledge, the more you realize that true understanding lies beyond the grasp of human cognition? At first, it seems obvious that knowledge is power, that understanding the world around you gives you control over your environment, your future, and your decisions. You believe that knowledge is a pathway to truth, that it brings clarity and certainty. But the more you learn, the more you realize how vast and unknowable the world truly is. Every answer you uncover leads to more questions, more mysteries, more complexities that you are ill-equipped to solve. The pursuit of knowledge seems to be an endless, spiraling path, where each discovery only deepens your sense of confusion and ignorance. The more you think you know, the more you realize how little you actually understand. Consider the vastness of the cosmos. The universe is so enormous, so complex, that no human mind can fully comprehend it. Modern physics has revealed that the universe operates according to principles that are not only counterintuitive but incomprehensible. Quantum mechanics, for instance, describes a reality where particles exist in multiple states at once, where events seem to occur without cause, and where observation itself alters the outcome. The more scientists probe the fundamental nature of reality, the more they uncover paradoxes that defy explanation. The deeper you go into the world of science and mathematics, the more you encounter paradoxes and contradictions that seem to suggest that the truth of the universe is fundamentally beyond human understanding. This paradox extends into the realm of human consciousness. The very fact that you are able to think about the world, to reflect on your thoughts, to reason and reason some more, suggests that you have access to a higher form of understanding. Yet the more you study the mind and the brain, the more you uncover how little you actually know about how thought and consciousness arise. You are left with the haunting realization that consciousness, the very thing that allows you to experience and think about the world, is one of the greatest mysteries of all. Neuroscience has made incredible strides in understanding the brain, but it has yet to explain how subjective experience arises from the physical processes in the brain. The hard problem of consciousness. Why and how the brain produces the inner experience of thought, feeling, and awareness remains unsolved despite decades of research. Even in philosophy, the more you delve into questions of existence, the more you encounter paradoxes that have no clear answers. The classic example is the problem of the liar's paradox. If a person says, "This statement is false," then is the statement true or false? If it is true, then it must be false, but if it is false, then it must be true. This paradox demonstrates how even basic concepts like truth and falsity can become entangled in a never-ending loop of contradiction. The more you analyze the concept of truth, the more you realize how elusive it is, how it slips through your fingers, how it resists clear definition or understanding. But the paradox of knowing goes deeper. The more you know about something, the more you uncover how much you do not know. Take any field of study, whether it is physics, philosophy, psychology, or history. The more you learn, the more complex the subject becomes. What seems simple and straightforward at first soon reveals itself to be a labyrinth of ideas, theories, and contradictions. The more you study, the more layers you uncover, each one leading to new questions, new uncertainties. What was once a clear and coherent understanding now appears fragmented and incomplete. The more you know, the less you feel you truly understand. This paradox is especially apparent in the realm of history. You believe that the past can be understood, that the events of history can be analyzed, interpreted, and explained. But the more you study history, the more you uncover its complexities, its contradictions, its gaps and silences. Every historical narrative is shaped by the perspective of the storyteller, by the biases, values, and experiences that influence their interpretation of the past. The more you learn about history, the more you realize how much is lost to time, how much is unknowable, how much of the truth is buried beneath layers of distortion and myth. The more you think you know about the past, the more you uncover its murky depths, its unanswerable questions, and its contradictory interpretations. The more you uncover about reality, the more you realize that the act of knowing is itself paradoxical. Knowledge, it seems, does not bring you closer to truth. It only deepens the mystery, amplifies the uncertainty. The more you study, the more you become aware of the limitations of your mind, the limitations of your perception, and the limitations of your language. Every answer leads to more questions. Every theory leads to more contradictions. And the more you try to understand the world, the more you realize that true understanding is forever out of reach. The most unsettling aspect of this paradox is that it leaves you with no place to stand, no firm foundation on which to build your understanding of the world. The more you seek knowledge, the more you become aware of the unknowable, the ungraspable nature of reality. The more you try to answer the big questions, the nature of consciousness, the meaning of life, the truth of the universe, the more you are left with a sense of emptiness, a sense that the answers are forever just beyond your grasp. What happens when you accept that knowledge is not the path to truth, but the gateway to deeper uncertainty? What happens when you realize that the more you learn, the less you understand, and that true understanding lies beyond your ability to know? If knowledge is an endless cycle of paradoxes, contradictions, and unknowable truths, then what is the point of knowing at all? What happens when you confront the fact that the very act of seeking answers only leads you further into a maze of uncertainty and confusion? The betrayal of memory. By dreams, you trust your memories to define your sense of self. The recollections of your past shape who you are, allowing you to construct a coherent narrative of your life. You believe that memory anchors you in reality, offering a clear picture of who you were, where you've been, and what you've experienced. But what if your memories, the very foundation of your identity, are unreliable, manipulated, and constantly subject to the whims of your unconscious mind? What if your most vivid recollections are not reliable records of the past, but distorted, fabricated stories created by your brain to make sense of the chaos of existence? And what if, to make matters worse, your memories betray you, not just in waking life, but in your dreams as well? At first, dreams seem simple enough. They are fleeting experiences, vivid or bizarre, that occur while you sleep. You may dismiss them as irrelevant, as mere products of the brain's subconscious activity. But what if dreams are far more significant than you realize? What if dreams are not just random thoughts or images, but reflections of the mind's deepest fears, desires, and conflicts? What if the very dreams that you experience, which seem so far removed from your waking reality, are the very source of the manipulation and betrayal of your memory? The study of dreams, from both psychological and neurological perspectives, suggests that dreams play a far more important role in shaping your memory than you might have imagined. The famous psychoanalyst Sigmund Freud believed that dreams are the unconscious mind's way of processing unresolved desires and anxieties. In his view, dreams are a window into the repressed thoughts and emotions that you suppress during waking hours. But what Freud overlooked is how much your dreams shape your perception of reality, warping your memories in the process. When you wake from a dream, you may remember it as a vivid and emotional experience. The emotions, colors, and sensations may feel intensely real. But as the day passes, the dream begins to fade and the details become hazy. The very nature of memory is such that the more you attempt to recall a dream, the more distorted and fragmented it becomes. What once felt like a direct experience begins to slip through your fingers, and soon it becomes just another story that your brain tells itself, an abstract recollection of images and feelings that no longer hold the same weight as the actual event. But even this fading, this distortion, is not harmless. It leaves traces that reshape your waking memories, subtly shifting your sense of what is real and what is imagined. Your brain's constant reprocessing of memories in dreams is not benign, it actively alters them. When you dream, your mind consolidates the events and emotions of the day, weaving them into the fabric of your memories. But this consolidation is not a neutral process. It is biased, shaped by your emotional state, your subconscious desires, and your current beliefs. In this way, your dreams distort the very memories you rely on to understand yourself. A traumatic event may become more vivid in your memory after recurring dreams about it, yet the emotional details may become exaggerated or distorted, leaving you with a warped understanding of what truly happened. Your dreams may fill in the gaps of your memory, creating false memories or altering the way you recall certain experiences. Even ordinary memories can be reshaped by the recurrent themes in your dreams, leaving you with a sense of unreality, of not truly knowing whether what you remember is true or a product of your subconscious mind. But it's not just your waking memories that are vulnerable to the influence of dreams. In fact, dreams themselves may create memories, shaping your sense of self in profound and disorienting ways. This phenomenon, known as dream incorporation, occurs when elements of your dreams are incorporated into your waking memories. If you dream of an event that never actually happened, such as meeting a person who doesn't exist or experiencing a place you've never been, your mind may later convince you that the event is real and it will be remembered as part of your personal history. The line between reality and imagination begins to blur as your brain fuses waking memories with dreams to create a composite, an altered version of reality that feels just as real, if not more so, than your actual experiences. This blending of memory and dream can have profound consequences on your sense of identity. If your dreams shape your memories, and if those memories are critical to your understanding of who you are, then who are you really? How can you trust your sense of self if your memories, the foundation of your identity, are manipulated and distorted by your unconscious mind? If dreams, which seem so far removed from reality, have the power to shape your waking memories and alter your perception of yourself, then what is the true nature of the you believe yourself to be? Is your identity based on the memories you cherish or on the fleeting, sometimes unreliable fragments that your brain generates while you sleep? This uncertainty about the nature of memory extends to more profound existential concerns. If your memories are not fixed, if they can be manipulated by dreams and distorted over time, then what does this say about your sense of continuity and selfhood? The memories that you hold dear, the ones that anchor your life and provide meaning, may not be reliable at all. The events you remember, the people you recall, and the emotions you associate with those experiences are not objective truths, but subjective reconstructions, shaped by the complex and often unpredictable workings of your mind. Your memories are not the stable, unchanging foundation of your life, but fragile, shifting constructs that can be warped by the passage of time and the influence of your subconscious. And yet, even in the face of this uncertainty, you continue to rely on your memories to define who you are. You believe that your past, as remembered through your experiences and dreams, is what gives you identity, stability, and meaning. But what happens when you confront the fact that your memories, far from being reliable records of the past, are constantly being rewritten by your dreams, your subconscious, and the very act of remembering itself? How can you trust the foundation of your identity when the memories that form it are not fixed, but constantly in flux, shaped by forces beyond your control? If memory is not a truthful reflection of your past, but a fluid, ever-changing narrative created by your mind, then who are you really? What remains of your sense of self when the very foundation of your identity, the memories that you cling to as a record of your life, can be manipulated and altered by the forces of the unconscious mind? The fiction of morality. You like to believe that morality is a universal truth, a set of ethical principles that govern how you and others should behave. You think that good and evil are distinct, that you can differentiate between right and wrong, and that your moral compass guides your actions and decisions. You may even believe that morality is inherent in the fabric of reality, that there is an objective standard by which all actions can be judged. But what if morality is not universal, not inherent, and not objective at all? What if your sense of right and wrong, of justice and fairness, is not a reflection of some greater cosmic order, but a social construct, a fiction that has been created by human society to maintain order and regulate behavior? At first, morality seems like an obvious, self-evident truth. You have been taught that certain actions are right, helping others, being kind, telling the truth, and others are wrong, lying, stealing, harming others. These moral principles are passed down through generations, embedded in your culture, religion, and legal system. You are taught to uphold these values, to act according to a clear moral code. But when you examine the foundations of morality more closely, you begin to realize that what you consider to be moral is not a universal truth, but a set of rules shaped by culture, tradition, and societal needs. The idea of morality as a social construct is central to the philosophy of moral relativism, which argues that moral principles are not absolute, but are shaped by the culture and context in which they arise. What is considered right or wrong varies dramatically from one culture to another, and even within cultures over time. For example, practices that were once considered morally acceptable, such as slavery or child labor, are now seen as abhorrent. Conversely, actions that were once viewed as immoral, such as same-sex relationships, have been embraced by many societies as moral and natural. If morality were truly objective, truly grounded in universal truths, why would it change so drastically across time and place? The philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche took this critique of morality even further, arguing that traditional moral values, particularly those of Christianity, are not only subjective but harmful to human flourishing. Nietzsche believed that the moral systems imposed by society stifled individual creativity, freedom, and strength. He described these moral values as a slave morality, created by the weak and oppressed to control the strong and powerful. According to Nietzsche, morality is not a divine or universal truth, but a tool of social control, a mechanism that has been used throughout history to suppress human instincts and desires. He argued that a truly liberated individual must reject conventional morality and create their own values, free from the constraints of societal norms. Even within the realm of ethics, where philosophers have long debated the nature of right and wrong, there is no consensus on what constitutes moral behavior. The utilitarian approach, championed by philosophers like John Stuart Mill and Jeremy Bentham, argues that actions should be judged based on their consequences, specifically whether they promote the greatest happiness for the greatest number of people. In contrast, deontologists like Immanuel Kant argue that morality is not about outcomes, but about adherence to duty and universal principles, regardless of the consequences. Meanwhile, relativists like Nietzsche argue that morality is not fixed or universal, but is subjective, changing with time and culture. What becomes clear in these debates is that there is no single objective standard of morality. The moral values you hold dear are shaped by the society you live in, the culture you were born into, and the traditions that have been passed down to you. You may believe that your sense of right and wrong is innate, that it is a part of your human nature, but in reality, it is a product of social conditioning and historical context. Your moral compass, far from being a reflection of some universal truth, is a map of the values and norms that your culture has taught you to follow. But if morality is a construct, a product of culture and society, then what does this mean for your sense of justice and fairness? You may believe that some actions are inherently immoral, that there are universal principles of justice that apply to all people, regardless of context or culture. But in reality, the very concept of justice is subjective, shaped by the values of the society in which it is practiced. In one society, capital punishment may be seen as just and necessary. In another, it may be considered barbaric and inhumane. Similarly, the idea of fairness, what is considered fair in one context, may be seen as unjust in another. Your sense of justice, your belief in what is right and fair, is not an objective truth. It is a social construct, a fiction that has been created to regulate human behavior and maintain social order. This realization that morality, justice, and fairness are not objective truths, but socially constructed fictions, can be deeply unsettling. If there are no universal moral principles, no absolute standards of right and wrong, then what does this say about your actions, your choices, and your responsibility? How do you navigate a world without a fixed moral compass, where what is right or wrong is determined by the shifting sands of culture and context? And perhaps most unsettling of all, if morality is a fiction created by society to maintain order and regulate behavior, then what does this say about your own moral beliefs? Are they truly your own, or have they simply been imposed on you by the forces of culture, religion, and history? If morality is not a universal truth but a tool of social control, then what does it mean for you to act morally? Are you truly making choices based on your own values? Or are you simply following the rules set by society, conditioned to accept them as truths? What happens when you confront the fact that your sense of right and wrong is not grounded in any inherent truth, but in the ever-changing subjective constructs of society? What happens when you realize that the very moral framework you've built your life around is not a universal standard, but a fiction designed to regulate and control behavior, the weight of the infinite? You live your life assuming that the universe is vast, complex, and full of mysteries. But you often take comfort in the belief that your existence is meaningful, that your life is significant in the grand scheme of things. You tell yourself that there is purpose to your journey, that your choices, your actions, and your experiences have weight, that they matter in the context of the infinite cosmos. But what if the truth is far more overwhelming, more terrifying than you could ever imagine? What if the very vastness of the universe, the infinite expanse of time and space, reveals not purpose or meaning, but the crushing insignificance of your existence? What if the more you understand about the universe, the more you come to realize that your life, in the context of the infinite, is but a fleeting, inconsequential blip, one that will eventually fade away, leaving no trace? At first, The idea of an infinite universe seems awe-inspiring, a testament to the grandeur and beauty of existence. You imagine that the sheer scale of the cosmos, with its billions of galaxies, stars and planets, imbues your life with meaning. The fact that you exist in this vast expanse, that you are conscious of the universe around you, seems to give your life purpose, as though your very awareness of the infinite elevates your existence. You may even feel that your actions, your dreams, and your desires contribute to the greater order of the universe, that you are part of something much bigger than yourself. But as you contemplate the infinite nature of the universe, you begin to see the terrifying paradox at its core. The vastness of space and time renders your existence meaningless in comparison. The universe is so immense, so ancient, and so indifferent that your life, your hopes, your dreams, your struggles becomes insignificant, a fleeting moment in the eternal march of time. The stars that shine so brightly in the sky will burn out in the distant future, and the galaxies that spin with elegance will collide and merge into new, chaotic forms. The Earth itself, where you believe your life has meaning, will eventually be consumed by the sun, as it expands into a red giant, in billions of years, reducing the planet to ashes. Even if you live a long, fulfilling life, your existence is but a blip on the cosmic timeline. The history of humanity is a mere fraction of the age of the Earth, which is itself a fraction of the age of the universe. The universe is so old that any individual life, no matter how significant it may feel to you, is erased in an instant. Even the greatest achievements of humankind, the works of art, the discoveries in science, and the advancements in culture, are nothing more than a tiny, ephemeral ripple in the infinite ocean of time. Consider the mind-boggling scale of the universe. The Milky Way galaxy, the one in which your solar system resides, is just one of billions, perhaps trillions, of galaxies scattered across the observable universe. The observable universe itself is a mere fraction of the entire cosmos, which may extend far beyond the limits of what you can perceive. Even if you could travel at the speed of light, it would take over 100,000 years to cross the width of the Milky Way, and yet that is but a tiny speck in the grand scheme of things. The size of the universe renders everything you know, your life, your struggles, your achievements, utterly insignificant. And yet, you continue to imagine that your actions have meaning, that your existence is important in the context of the infinite. But in reality, you are no more significant than a grain of sand in an endless desert, a fleeting spark in the eternal darkness. This realization is further complicated by the vastness of time. The universe is not only infinite in space, but in time as well. Time stretches back billions of years, and it will continue to stretch forward long after your life has ended. The Earth itself is only a tiny fraction of the universe's lifespan, and the human species, despite its remarkable achievements, is an even smaller speck in the cosmic timeline. Every individual life is born, lives, and dies within a narrow sliver of time. The lives of entire civilizations, of entire species, are mere moments in the history of the universe. The very idea of meaning becomes absurd when placed against the backdrop of infinite time. What significance can your actions have when they are reduced to a mere instant in the grand timeline of existence? But the most terrifying aspect of this realization is the sheer indifference of the universe. The universe is not designed for you, nor does it care for you. It exists without purpose, without meaning, without any consideration for human lives or human aspirations. The stars do not shine for you. The planets do not orbit for you, and the universe does not unfold for you. The cosmos continues regardless of your existence, and your life is but a tiny, insignificant interruption in the vast, indifferent flow of time. The universe does not need you. It does not care that you are here. It simply exists, and you exist. Within it, a fleeting presence that will one day vanish, forgotten by the endless void of space and time. This confrontation with the infinite, with the overwhelming scale and indifference of the cosmos, shatters the illusion of human significance. You are a fleeting, insignificant being, caught in the whirlpool of time and space, struggling to find meaning in a universe that offers none. Every achievement, every relationship, every desire you have will eventually be forgotten, lost to the unyielding march of time. The weight of the infinite universe bears down on you, a constant reminder of your impermanence, your insignificance, and the ultimate futility of seeking meaning in a universe that is indifferent to your existence. What happens when you accept the terrifying truth that the universe is infinite, that your life is insignificant in the grand scale of time and space, and that nothing you do will leave a lasting mark on the cosmos? What happens when you realize that your existence is nothing more than a brief flicker in the eternal darkness, a momentary spark that will soon be extinguished, leaving no trace behind? If the infinite expanse of time and space renders your life insignificant, then what does that say about the meaning you've been chasing, the purpose you've been seeking, and the identity you've constructed for yourself? When confronted with the vast indifference of the cosmos, how do you reconcile your existence, and how can you find meaning in a universe that has none to offer? The betrayal of time. You perceive time as the steady, reliable progression of moments, a constant flow from past to present to future. Time is the framework within which your life unfolds, the invisible structure that holds your experiences together, and the tool by which you measure your existence. You live as though time is something you can control, something you can use to your advantage, to plan your future, to achieve your goals, to accomplish your dreams. But what if time itself is not the reliable, predictable force you believe it to be? What if, instead of being the constant, ever-flowing river you imagine, time is a shifting, elusive illusion, a force that betrays you at every turn, leaving you grasping for something that constantly slips through your fingers? At first, the idea of time seems straightforward. You experience time as a linear progression. A second becomes a minute becomes an hour, and an hour becomes a day. You have a past, a present, and a future, and you use this framework to organize your life. You believe that you can control time. If only you could manage your hours better, plan your days more efficiently, and use your time wisely. Time, in this sense, seems like a resource that you can manipulate, a currency that you can spend on your goals and ambitions. You think that time is something that can be measured, quantified, and controlled, but when you look more closely at time, you begin to realize that it is far more elusive, more fragile, and more deceptive than you ever imagined. Consider the way time bends and stretches depending on your perception of it. When you are engrossed in a pleasurable activity, watching a favorite movie, spending time with a loved one, or experiencing something exciting, time seems to fly by. Hours pass in what feels like minutes, and you are left with the feeling that you have wasted time, that it has slipped away without your control. But when you are bored, anxious, or waiting for something, time seems to drag, stretching endlessly before you. A few minutes can feel like hours, and every second seems to be an eternity. This subjective experience of time is not just a quirk of your perception. It reveals something deeper. Time, as you experience it, is not a fixed, objective reality. It is fluid, shaped by your mental state, your emotions, and your engagement with the world. The more you try to control time, the more you realize that time controls you. In fact, the very measurement of time itself is a human construct, a system designed to bring order and predictability to the chaotic flow of existence. Clocks, calendars, and the notion of the workday are all inventions designed to give the illusion that time is a manageable, predictable force. But in reality, time exists outside of these constructs. The passage of time is not determined by the ticking of a clock, but by the movement of celestial bodies, by the unfolding of events, and by the imperceptible changes in the world around you. Time is not a fixed, linear path. It is a dynamic, changing force that resists your attempts to control it. The paradox of time becomes even more apparent when you consider the concept of time dilation as described by Einstein's theory of relativity. According to relativity, time is not the same for everyone. It can stretch and contract, depending on the speed at which you are moving and the strength of the gravitational field you are in. For instance, if you were to travel at near the speed of light, time would pass more slowly for you compared to someone who is stationary. What you experience as a few hours could be years for someone else. Time, in this sense, is not absolute. It is relative, and your perception of time depends on your position in the universe. Time, as you experience it, is not the constant, unchanging flow you believe it to be, but a fluid, malleable concept that can be stretched, compressed, and warped by the forces of the universe. Even your understanding of the past and the future is shaped by the limitations of time. You may think that the past is a fixed, immutable reality, events that have already occurred, set in stone, never to be changed. But in reality, your memory of the past is not an objective record of events. It is a reconstruction shaped by your present perspective, your emotions, and your desires. What you remember about the past is not always what actually happened. It is an interpretation of events, filtered through the lens of your current experience. The past is not fixed. It is fluid, and it can be reshaped by your memory, your beliefs, and your emotions. Similarly, the future, which you imagine as a series of possibilities and opportunities, is also uncertain. You cannot control the future, no matter how much you plan or prepare. The future is an unknown, a realm of possibility that is shaped by countless variables, many of which are beyond your control. The most unsettling realization, however, comes when you recognize that time, as you experience it, is always slipping away. The present moment is constantly vanishing, leaving only the past behind it. Every second that passes is gone forever, and with it, the opportunity to act, to experience, and to make a difference. You are always chasing the present, but the present is always just out of reach. As soon as you think you are living in the now, that now becomes the past, and the future moves closer. You cannot hold on to time. It slips away, no matter how much you try to grasp it. The more you try to control it, the more it controls you, and eventually, time will run out. The future will become the present, and the present will become the past, until you reach the final moment, the one in which time will stop for you altogether. What happens when you realize that time is not the controllable, predictable force you've believed it to be? What happens when you accept that time is fluid, subjective, and beyond your control? What does it mean to live in a world where time slips away from you, and where you are powerless to stop its flow? If time is constantly slipping away, and you cannot hold on to it, then what does it mean to live a full life? How do you measure the significance of your actions when the very foundation upon which you've built your existence, the flow of time, betrays you at every turn? The silent absurdity of existence. You go through life searching for meaning, for purpose, for a reason behind your existence. You seek answers to the most fundamental questions. Why am I here? What is the point of all this? What is the ultimate purpose of my life? You tell yourself that there must be meaning, that there is a grand design behind the chaos, that your struggles and triumphs have significance in the greater scheme of things. But what if the answer to these questions is not the one you hope for? What if existence itself is absurd, meaningless, and devoid of any ultimate purpose? What if the very search for meaning is itself an exercise in futility, and the universe remains indifferent, silent in the face of your longing for answers? At first, the idea of meaning seems self-evident. You live your life as though there is an inherent purpose to your existence, a reason why you are here, a destiny to fulfill. You pursue goals, form relationships, and accumulate experiences, believing that they add up to something significant. You may look to religion, philosophy, or science for answers, hoping to find a framework that explains the mysteries of existence. But what if all of these attempts to find meaning are based on an illusion, a false belief that there must be a grand plan or purpose behind everything? What if the truth is far more unsettling, that the universe, with all its complexity, is indifferent to your existence, and that meaning is not something that exists in the world, but something you create for yourself, even if it is ultimately meaningless in the grand scheme of things. The concept of the absurd was explored in depth by existentialist philosophers like Albert Camus, who argued that life itself is inherently meaningless. According to Camus, human beings have an innate desire to find meaning, to understand the world and their place in it, but the universe offers no answers. The world is silent, indifferent to your search for purpose. Camus famously used the metaphor of Sisyphus, the figure from Greek mythology who is condemned to roll a boulder up a hill only for it to roll back down again, endlessly. For Camus, Sisyphus represents the human condition, the relentless, futile pursuit of meaning in a world that offers no answers. Despite the absurdity of his task, Camus argued that Sisyphus's defiance, his acceptance of the absurd, was the only way to live authentically in an indifferent universe. This existential absurdity becomes even more apparent when you consider the vastness of the cosmos. The universe, as far as science can tell, operates according to indifferent, uncaring laws of physics and chemistry. The stars burn, galaxies collide, and planets form and disintegrate, all without any regard for the lives of human beings. The very fact that you exist, that life exists on this tiny speck of dust in the vast universe, seems arbitrary. There is no cosmic purpose to your existence, no divine plan or teleological force guiding you. You are the product of chance, a result of random events and processes that have no inherent meaning. In the grand scope of time and space, your life is a blink, a momentary flash, insignificant in the face of the infinite. And yet, despite this crushing silence, you continue to search for meaning. You strive for success, for love, for knowledge, all in the hope that these things will give your life significance. But even your most meaningful experiences are tinged with the knowledge that they are fleeting, temporary, and ultimately inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. The people you love, the work you do, the things you create, all of these will eventually fade away, forgotten by time. Your life will be swallowed by the universe, as if it never existed. In the end, the absurdity of existence becomes undeniable. You search for meaning, but there is none. You strive for purpose, but there is none to be found. This confrontation with the absurd, the realization that existence is meaningless, and that the search for meaning is futile, can be paralyzing. If there is no ultimate purpose, no grand design behind your life, then what is the point of anything? Why bother pursuing goals, building relationships, or striving for success, if none of it ultimately matters? If everything is fleeting, if everything is doomed to disappear, then what does your life mean? What does it mean to live in a world that offers no answers, no meaning, and no purpose? The answer, according to Camus and other existentialists, is not to despair or give in to nihilism, but to embrace the absurd. The recognition that life has no inherent meaning, that the universe is indifferent, can be liberating. In the face of the absurd, you are free to create your own meaning, to define your own purpose, even though you know it will eventually fade away. The search for meaning may be futile, but the act of living authentically, of embracing the absurdity of existence, is itself a form of freedom. You may never find the answers you seek, but you are free to live in the face of that uncertainty, to make your own choices, to create your own meaning, no matter how temporary or inconsequential it may be. What happens when you accept the absurdity of existence, when you recognize that life has no inherent meaning, no grand purpose? What happens when you confront the terrifying truth that everything you do will eventually fade away, leaving no trace, and that the search for meaning is a futile endeavor? How do you live in a world that offers no answers, no purpose, and no meaning? If the universe is indifferent to your existence, if your life is fleeting and ultimately inconsequential, what is the point of anything? How do you reconcile your desire for meaning with the silence of the cosmos, the collapse of objective reality? You look at the world around you and assume that it exists independently of you, that it is real, stable, and objective. You believe that the objects you see, the people you encounter, and the events you experience are not just figments of your imagination, but a consistent and objective reality that exists whether or not you are there to observe it. This belief in an objective reality is the foundation of your understanding of the world. It allows you to trust your senses, to rely on reason, and to navigate your life with a sense of certainty and stability. But what if this belief in objective reality is nothing more than a comforting illusion, one that shields you from a far more unsettling truth? What if reality itself is not as objective as you think, but is instead subjective, fragmented, and dependent on the observer? What if the world you experience is not real in the way you imagine, but a construct of your mind, shaped by perception, bias, and interpretation? At first, the idea of objective reality seems unquestionable. You see objects in front of you, people, buildings, trees, and you assume that these objects exist independently of your perception. You believe that the world around you is stable, that it follows consistent laws, and that it exists whether or not you are there to observe it. When you look at a tree, you believe that the tree exists out there in the world, as an independent object, separate from your consciousness. You trust your senses to give you an accurate representation of the world. But what if your senses are unreliable? What if the very act of perceiving the world shapes your experience of it, distorting and altering what you believe to be real? Consider the theory of perception itself. The human brain does not passively receive information from the outside world. It actively constructs your experience of reality based on the sensory data it receives. When you look at an object, your eyes capture light and send signals to your brain. But your brain does not simply see the object as it is. Instead, it interprets the data, filling in gaps, making predictions, and creating a mental model of the object. This means that your experience of reality is not a direct reflection of the world, but a reconstruction shaped by the limitations and biases of your sensory organs and cognitive processes. The image of the world that you experience is not objective, but subjective, shaped by the way your brain processes information. This subjectivity is further complicated by the phenomenon of perceptual illusions. You have probably experienced the sensation of seeing something that isn't really there, or perceiving something differently than it actually is. A famous example is the Muller-Lyer illusion, where two lines of equal length appear to be different lengths because of the arrows at their ends. This illusion reveals that your perception of space and distance is not an accurate reflection of the physical world, but is shaped by the brain's interpretation of sensory data. Similarly, when you look at an object in low light or from a different angle, your brain fills in the gaps, often misrepresenting the object's true form. These illusions are not anomalies. They are built into the very fabric of your perception, revealing that what you think of as real is actually an interpretation, a reconstruction of the world created by your brain. The idea that reality is subjective is also supported by the phenomenon of cognitive biases. These are systematic errors in thinking that shape your perceptions and decisions. For example, the confirmation bias leads you to notice and remember information that confirms your pre-existing beliefs, while ignoring information that contradicts them. Similarly, the anchoring effect causes you to rely too heavily on the first piece of information you receive, distorting your judgment. These biases reveal that your perception of reality is not objective, but is shaped by your beliefs, emotions, and prior experiences. You are not an impartial observer of the world. You are a participant in a constantly shifting, subjective experience of reality, shaped by your mind's limitations and biases. Perhaps the most profound challenge to the idea of objective reality comes from the world of quantum mechanics. In the realm of subatomic particles, reality behaves in ways that defy your everyday understanding of the world. Particles can exist in multiple states at once. They can be entangled across vast distances, and they can appear to choose their state based on observation. The famous double-slit experiment, in which particles behave as both waves and particles, depending on whether or not they are observed, suggests that reality itself is not fixed, but is dependent on the observer. In this sense, the act of observation seems to collapse the wave function of reality, determining the outcome of an event. This raises a troubling question. If reality is not fixed, but dependent on perception, then what is the true nature of the world? Is there an objective reality, or is everything you experience a construct of your mind? The implications of this quantum uncertainty extend far beyond the microscopic world. If reality is shaped by observation, if the world you experience is dependent on your perception, then what happens to the concept of objective truth? If the world is not fixed but fluid and subjective, then how can you trust anything about it? How can you be sure that the objects you see, the people you meet, and the events you experience are real in the way you think they are? How can you know that your experience of the world is anything more than a mental projection, shaped by your senses, your mind, and the very act of observation? Even more unsettling is the realization that the world you experience may not be the real world at all, but a mere reflection of it, a projection, an illusion created by your mind. Your brain is constantly filtering, interpreting, and distorting the sensory information it receives, creating a version of reality that is shaped by your biology, your experiences, and your unconscious biases. What you experience as real is not reality itself, but a mental model of it, one that is constantly shifting, constantly adapting, and constantly shaped by your mind. In this sense, the very idea of an objective reality is an illusion, a comforting myth that hides the true nature of the world, a chaotic, subjective experience that cannot be fully understood or controlled. What happens when you realize that the world you experience is not an objective, unchanging reality, but a fluid, subjective construct created by your mind? What happens when you accept that your perception of reality is not a reflection of truth, but a mental projection shaped by your senses, your brain, and your biases? If reality is subjective, if it is dependent on the observer, then what can you truly know about the world? What does it mean to say that something is real when your perception of it is constantly shifting, distorted, and influenced by forces beyond your awareness? The disintegration of self. You live your life believing in the solid, unchanging nature of yourself. You think of yourself as a consistent, coherent identity, a person who persists over time, through all the changes and challenges that life presents. This sense of self is the anchor that keeps you grounded in the world, the foundation upon which you build your relationships, your goals, and your understanding of the world. You believe that yourself is something stable, something you can rely on to navigate the chaos of existence. But what if the self you believe in is an illusion, a fragile construct that disintegrates the moment you examine it too closely? What if there is no true, permanent you, but merely a collection of shifting thoughts, emotions, and experiences that cannot be pinned down? At first, the idea of self seems self-evident. You are you, a unique individual, separate from others, with your own thoughts, feelings, and memories. Your sense of self is the lens through which you perceive the world, the lens through which you interpret your experiences. You may even think of yourself as a continuous entity, a constant I that persists over time. But when you look deeper, you begin to see the cracks in this illusion. The more you reflect on yourself, the more you realize how fragmented it is. You are not a single stable entity, but a collection of ever-changing thoughts, emotions, desires, and memories. Every moment, every experience, every decision reshapes who you are. And the you know today is not the same you who existed yesterday or who will exist tomorrow. The philosopher David Hume famously argued that the self is nothing more than a bundle of perceptions, a collection of thoughts, feelings, and experiences that come and go without any underlying, permanent essence. According to Hume, when you introspect, you do not find a stable, unchanging self. You find only a series of fleeting, disconnected thoughts and experiences. You may feel that you are the same person throughout your life, but this is an illusion created by your mind, which binds together these fleeting experiences into the narrative of a continuous self. But in reality, Hume argued, there is no permanent I, only a stream of thoughts, perceptions, and sensations that arise and disappear, like waves on the surface of the mind. This view is echoed by modern psychology, which suggests that the self is not a fixed, stable entity, but a construct that is constantly changing. Research into the self has shown that your identity is shaped by a variety of factors: your memories, your relationships, your social context, and even your environment. The you who exists today is not the same person you were 5 years ago, or even 5 minutes ago. Your brain is constantly rewiring itself, constantly adapting to new experiences, new information, and new environments. Your sense of self is in a constant state of flux, shaped by the world around you and the ever-changing processes in your brain. One of the most disturbing aspects of this realization is that your self is not as under your control as you think. Your memories, which you rely on to define your identity, are unreliable and subject to distortion. Your emotions, which you believe are expressions of your true self, are shaped by unconscious processes that are outside of your awareness. Even your sense of agency, the belief that you are in control of your thoughts and actions, is an illusion. Much of your behavior is driven by unconscious impulses, habits, and biases that you are not aware of, and your brain constantly shapes your thoughts and actions based on patterns and pre-existing beliefs that you have no control over. Furthermore, your sense of self is deeply influenced by external factors. Your identity is shaped by the roles you play in society, whether as a parent, a friend, a worker, or a citizen. These roles, while important, are not fixed aspects of who you are. They are contingent on your social context, and they can change depending on your environment and the people around you. The self you present to the world is not the true you, but a socially constructed identity that is shaped by the expectations of others, the roles you play, and the labels you adopt. Your sense of self is not something innate or essential. It is something that is constantly constructed and reconstructed in relation to the world around you. Even your physical body, which you may think of as a permanent aspect of your identity, is in a constant state of change. Your cells are constantly dying and regenerating. Your body is constantly aging, and every day your appearance, your health, and your physical sensations shift. The body you inhabit today is not the same body you inhabited yesterday, and it will not be the same body tomorrow. The self that you identify with is not a fixed entity, but a temporary, ever-changing construct, shaped by the physical processes of your body, your brain, and your environment. This realization, the recognition that your self is not a stable, permanent entity, but a fluid, ever-changing process, can be deeply unsettling. If there is no permanent you, if your sense of self is constantly shifting and evolving, then who are you really? Are you defined by your memories, your relationships, your actions, or your thoughts? If everything you consider to be you is in constant flux, then what remains of your identity? How can you trust the self you believe yourself to be when it is a construct that is constantly changing, constantly shifting, constantly shaped by forces beyond your control? What happens when you come face to face with the fact that the self you hold so dearly is not a fixed, unchanging essence, but a collection of fragmented experiences, memories, and roles, constantly shifting and evolving with every moment? What happens when you realize that the identity you cling to is an illusion, a transient and fragile construct that will inevitably dissolve as time passes? If there is no permanent self, no stable I at the core of your being, then who are you really? How can you live in a world where your identity is not fixed but fluid, constantly in flux? The disintegration of self. You live your life believing in the solid, unchanging nature of yourself. You think of yourself as a consistent, coherent identity, a person who persists over time, through all the changes and challenges that life presents. This sense of self is the anchor that keeps you grounded in the world, the foundation upon which you build your relationships, your goals, and your understanding of the world. You believe that your self is something stable, something you can rely on to navigate the chaos of existence. But what if the self you believe in is an illusion, a fragile construct that disintegrates the moment you examine it too closely? What if there is no true, permanent you, but merely a collection of shifting thoughts, emotions, and experiences that cannot be pinned down? At first, the idea of self seems self-evident. You are you, a unique individual, separate from others, with your own thoughts, feelings, and memories. Your sense of self is the lens through which you perceive the world, the lens through which you interpret your experiences. You may even think of yourself as a continuous entity, a constant I that persists over time. But when you look deeper, you begin to see the cracks in this illusion. The more you reflect on yourself, the more you realize how fragmented it is. You are not a single stable entity, but a collection of ever-changing thoughts, emotions, desires, and memories. Every moment, every experience, every decision reshapes who you are. And the you know today is not the same you who existed yesterday or who will exist tomorrow. The philosopher David Hume famously argued that the self is nothing more than a bundle of perceptions, a collection of thoughts, feelings, and experiences that come and go without any underlying permanent essence. According to Hume, when you introspect, you do not find a stable, unchanging self. You find only a series of fleeting, disconnected thoughts and experiences. You may feel that you are the same person throughout your life, but this is an illusion created by your mind, which binds together these fleeting experiences into the narrative of a continuous self. But in reality, Hume argued, there is no permanent I, only a stream of thoughts, perceptions, and sensations that arise and disappear, like waves on the surface of the mind. This view is echoed by modern psychology, which suggests that the self is not a fixed, stable entity, but a construct that is constantly changing. Research into the self has shown that your identity is shaped by a variety of factors: your memories, your relationships, your social context, and even your environment. The you who exists today is not the same person you were 5 years ago or even 5 minutes ago. Your brain is constantly rewiring itself, constantly adapting to new experiences, new information, and new environments. Your sense of self is in a constant state of flux, shaped by the world around you and the ever-changing processes in your brain. One of the most disturbing aspects of this realization is that your self is not as under your control as you think. Your memories, which you rely on to define your identity, are unreliable and subject to distortion. Your emotions, which you believe are expressions of your true self, are shaped by unconscious processes that are outside of your awareness. Even your sense of agency, the belief that you are in control of your thoughts and actions, is an illusion. Much of your behavior is driven by unconscious impulses, habits, and biases that you are not aware of, and your brain constantly shapes your thoughts and actions based on patterns and pre-existing beliefs that you have no control over. Furthermore, your sense of self is deeply influenced by external factors. Your identity is shaped by the roles you play in society, whether as a parent, a friend, a worker, or a citizen. These roles, while important, are not fixed aspects of who you are. They are contingent on your social context, and they can change depending on your environment and the people around you. The self you present to the world is not the true you, but a socially constructed identity that is shaped by the expectations of others, the roles you play, and the labels you adopt. Your sense of self is not something innate or essential. It is something that is constantly constructed and reconstructed in relation to the world around you. Even your physical body, which you may think of as a permanent aspect of your identity, is in a constant state of change. Your cells are constantly dying and regenerating. Your body is constantly aging, and every day, your appearance, your health, and your physical sensations shift. The body you inhabit today is not the same body you inhabited yesterday, and it will not be the same body tomorrow. The self that you identify with is not a fixed entity, but a temporary, ever-changing construct, shaped by the physical processes of your body, your brain, and your environment. This realization, the recognition that your self is not a stable, permanent entity, but a fluid, ever-changing process, can be deeply unsettling. If there is no permanent you, if your sense of self is constantly shifting and evolving, then who are you, really? Are you defined by your memories, your relationships, your actions, or your thoughts? If everything you consider to be you is in constant flux, then what remains of your identity? How can you trust the self you believe yourself to be when it is a construct that is constantly changing, constantly shifting, constantly shaped by forces beyond your control? What happens when you come face to face with the fact that the self you hold so dearly is not a fixed, unchanging essence, but a collection of fragmented experiences, memories, and roles, constantly shifting and evolving with every moment? What happens when you realize that the identity you cling to is an illusion, a transient and fragile construct that will inevitably dissolve as time passes? If there is no permanent self, no stable I at the core of your being, then who are you, really? How can you live in a world where your identity is not fixed but fluid, constantly in flux? The vanishing of stability. You navigate life with the belief that stability is something you can rely on, an anchor in a chaotic world. You tell yourself that some things in life are constant, that there are aspects of existence that remain steady, that you can count on the foundation of your life to hold firm, no matter the storms that rage around you. Whether it's your job, your family, your health, or your sense of self, you believe that these pillars provide you with a sense of stability, a feeling that despite the uncertainty of the world, there are things that remain unchanged. But what if stability itself is an illusion, one that you cling to in an attempt to avoid the terrifying truth that everything in life is in constant flux? What if the very foundation upon which you build your existence, your sense of stability, your grasp on reality, is constantly shifting, and that the only certainty in life is change? At first, stability seems like a comforting concept. You believe that the things you hold dear, your relationships, your work, your sense of identity, provide you with a foundation that you can build upon. You think of your job as a steady source of income, your family as a reliable support system, and your health as something you can depend on. These pillars of stability give you a sense of security, of control, and of permanence in an otherwise unpredictable world. But what happens when these pillars crumble? When the foundation you've built your life upon is shattered by unforeseen events or the natural course of time? The reality of instability becomes apparent when you consider the fleeting nature of human life. Your health, once a constant, is vulnerable to the passage of time. Your body, which you take for granted, is aging with each passing day. You may think that you are in control of your physical well-being, but illness, injury, and aging can undermine your sense of stability at any moment. Your body, the one thing that you rely on to experience the world, is constantly changing, constantly deteriorating, and you have no control over the inevitable decline that will eventually come. The idea that your health is stable, that you can count on it to remain the same, is a comforting illusion that masks the reality of its fragility. Similarly, your relationships, which you may believe to be stable and unbreakable, are not as secure as you think. People change, circumstances change, and the bonds that you form with others are not as permanent as you imagine. Friendships fade, romantic relationships falter, and family members pass away, leaving you with the painful realization that even the people you hold most dear are not immune to the forces of time and change. Your sense of security, which you derive from these relationships, is constantly threatened by the impermanence of human life. The more you rely on the stability of others, the more you realize that these relationships are fragile, subject to change, and ultimately impermanent. The world itself, too, is constantly shifting. You may believe that the structures of society, the economy, the political system, the environment, provide you with stability, but these structures are not as fixed as you believe. The global economy fluctuates, political systems collapse, and environmental changes threaten to disrupt the way of life you have come to expect. What once seemed like a stable, reliable world is revealed to be a constantly changing, unpredictable system. The ground beneath your feet is not as solid as you thought. The philosopher Heraclitus famously said, "You cannot step into the same river twice." This statement encapsulates the fundamental truth of existence. Everything is in a constant state of flux. The world is not a stable, fixed entity, but a dynamic, ever-changing system. The things you rely on for stability, the people you love, the job you have, the sense of self you cling to, are not permanent. They are subject to the same forces of change that govern the rest of the universe. Your sense of stability, then, is not an accurate reflection of reality, but an illusion, a comforting myth that hides the chaotic, unstable nature of existence. Even the concept of time, which you rely on to measure and structure your life, is not as stable as you think. Time is not a constant, unchanging force, but a relative concept that is shaped by your perception. The passage of time feels different depending on your circumstances, your emotional state, and your engagement with the world. What you experience, as the present moment is not fixed. It is constantly slipping away, becoming the past before you can fully grasp it. The future, too, is uncertain, unknowable, and forever out of reach. The very idea of time as a stable, predictable force is an illusion, one that masks the fluidity and unpredictability of existence. The most unsettling aspect of this realization is that the more you try to hold on to stability, the more it slips away. You may try to build a secure life, to create a foundation of stability that you can rely on, but no matter how hard you try, you are never fully in control. The world around you is constantly changing, and your sense of stability is constantly threatened by forces beyond your control. You may believe that you are creating a stable life for yourself, but in reality, you are simply riding a wave of change, trying to stay afloat in a sea of uncertainty. What happens when you realize that stability is not a given, but an illusion? What happens when you accept the terrifying truth that everything you rely on for security, your health, your relationships, your sense of self, will eventually change, fade, or disappear altogether? If stability is a mirage, a fragile construct that hides the truth of impermanence, then what does it mean to live in a world that offers no true foundation, no firm ground upon which to build your life? How do you navigate the chaos of existence, when everything you thought was stable is constantly shifting, dissolving, and slipping through your fingers?